3, 2, 1.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January OCC Clash, joined by myself, Starry, as well as my three other co-casters this morning, Thanatron, Jking, and Cornguy. We have a great lineup for you today, but before we get into anything, we're going to quickly preview the bracket. But yeah. First up, we have Berto Burrito versus Stanislav. Up next, Noin 5 versus Spoker, Innocent Bubbles versus Nanami, and Yet It Moves versus High Entropy Body. So yeah, in just a couple minutes, we are going to get into our pre-show and give you guys a taste of the decks that you're going to be seeing today. Thanatron, how are you doing today?
Good. Really excited for some really fun matches this morning. The deck lists have been submitted for a little over a day, and there's definitely some cool stuff lining up here that we hope to see. Obviously, bans are going to have some effect in that, but some really cool stuff could line up today. So just hopeful for some really good action.
Yeah, so actually, we're gonna have you start off with Berto Burrito here. And I know that you actually got a chance to interview Berto Burrito going into today. So what can you tell us about Berto?
Uh, Berto is definitely a great player, right? We've seen him around this scene for a long time. He has a lot of really good finishes under his belt. You can see obviously the big season finish at first. Um, we spoke a lot about sort of achieving that first based on the mostly on the Jet meta, which of course really is sort of gone at this point. Post patch, Jet has definitely taken a back seat as far as how many people are playing it, and definitely how many people are bringing it to tournament, right? So kind of just poked his brain about what that might mean, what he's thinking for Germany, and sort of how that is going to affect the gameplay today. And we can see Berto actually bringing two push decks, so super control heavy, right? And definitely playing two push decks might not have been the best idea a couple weeks ago when Jet was here and fierce. So taking a look specifically at Berto's decks, the first one we see is, well, first two really are push, right? We see a Soviet Brit push and then a Brit Soviet push. Of course, the way this deck is trying to work is to lock the opponent out with a lot of stall, and then using those red dawns and push to do damage to yourself, but a lot more damage to the opponent. Of course, the big swings are GPW. This will put both headquarters at 12, and that is a Soviet elite, so we're only going to see that in the Soviet deck. And then, of course, the age-old Commonwealth in the British deck, which can add with push to do just an insane amount of burn damage. And then an old reliable US frontline here for Berto's third deck. We see some really classic stuff here, but we do see the new 20th Panzergren. Berto has dubbed it the German Sherman. So we see his German Shermans and his American Shermans teaming up in a very classic frontline deck that is sure to see some play today as well.
Well, thank you for that, Thanatron. Thanks for taking us through. Super excited to see these push decks in action. We saw it a couple of times over the last couple tournaments, but James, I know that Berto prepared with you, and you brought push decks to the World Championships, so I could see Berto being a bit comfortable on those. But next up, we have Stanislav, and Cornguy, would you mind taking us through Stanislav's profile?
Absolutely. So Stanislav looks like coming in with a nearly 70% win rate. Most played on Germany. Favorite card being Partisans. That is a great card, and great to see it getting some love. That is a very cool background in his photo, I'm going to say. So definitely some points for having a great officer club picture. Yeah, 70% win rate, definitely pretty good. So yeah, let's go ahead and look at his decks. Starting off, we have a Brit US ramp that has a lot of one-offs. You're seeing one MI5, you're seeing one Canadian division, one Blackwatch, one supply priority and monsoon rot clear combo, one quartermaster. Um, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays. It may not be as consistent, with just having a lot of the one-off cards, but it definitely is a good matchup against Berto's lineup with the two push decks. Moving down, we have just a standard frontline list. Notable, there is no stars and stripes, just strategic bombing. And we're seeing three M10 A1s. And other than that, it's the pretty standard frontline that we have seen a lot of. But more interesting is this third deck, the Japan US deck. We're seeing two Tojos, which are a great card that I personally have near and dear to my heart. That it can discard bombers. It is pretty strong in this meta, that discarding bomber effect. However, it's not going to have very many or at all targets in this matchup. So it's just going to be the 4-2 ambush body. We are seeing this deck looks like it likes to ramp, it likes to counter this matchup. So if Stanislav can advance in the tournament, this one will be a little bit more uh, favored in matchups. But as it is right now, it's going to have to get through some push decks.
Thank you so much, Corn. Next up, we're gonna take a look at Noen, but I'm super excited to see this Berto versus Stanislav matchup. Stanislav has not previously been featured in an OCC, and of course, Berto is kind of playing for the home team here. Is a caster that, if you have been watching any sort of cards events for the last 6 months to a year, you're obviously gonna know Berto. So yeah, super excited to see two people that haven't necessarily shown their competitive prowess in a little bit, if at all. But next up, we have Noen. And Noen is a regular at these sort of events. He is very well known for playing War Machine decks, especially War Machine decks that don't play 4 copies of War Machine. Sometimes he only plays 2. And he is known for playing very weird, very creative decks and actually doing quite well with them. And we see Noen coming in with a 73.5% win rate, which is quite impressive. 700 games this season, averaging like 60 a day or something like that. um, but yes, we are going to take a look at his deck lists. So Noen's first deck list is a Germany, Japan sort of mid-range aggro deck, more towards the aggro side, playing cards such as Type 94 TK early and 15th Cavalry Regiment on the first couple of turns, and then pivoting towards a sort of Heinz-esque aggro plan, looking to finish the game off with something like a naval supply run. It's interesting that we see naval supply run instead of blitzkrieg when no one has access to both. So it seems that no one prefers naval supply run over blitzkrieg. We also see this BF 109 Trop, which is not a card that we see very often, but it is very high stats for just a 4-cost card. Next up, we have a Britain US ramp list that specializes in these late game bombers. I'm sorry, that's not true. This is a Commonwealth list, and it's going to play cards like Sincerely Yours, as well as Fortification to advance towards this late game Commonwealth game plan. We see the inclusion of the P47D Thunderbolt, which draws a card when it destroys a unit, which is not a card that we've seen very often. But I'm super excited to see what that is going to do for no one here. And then the last deck is a Japan-Soviet hyper-aggressive Jagro deck. It is playing cards like 554th Rifle Regiment that you can just play down on turn 1, as well as a very small removal package with 1 copy of Red Dawn and 2 copies of Bloody Sickle, but is looking to close out the game either with a close combat or a naval supply run. And we see that no one is kind of split here, choosing only 1 copy of close combat and only 1 copy of supply run. But yeah, really taking advantage of this line of engagement. Line of engagement is just such a strong, aggressive card that puts units in the front line that have 0 operation cost and can be buffed up with this naval supply run or close combat. So yeah, looking to take Jagger in a different direction instead of relying on this 35T, relying on this line of engagement. But yeah, so next we are going to see Jking. Who are you going to cover next for us?
I'll be talking about Spoker, and I actually had an opportunity to ask Spoker some questions going into this event.
Fantastic. What did he say?
Yeah, so Spoker, we've seen him in tournaments a couple times before. This is his 3rd OCC now. And in the past 2, he didn't perform particularly well. He says he's not happy with his performance, but he's here to win. And his first round opponent is No1 5, who, as you mentioned, is a tournament veteran. He's very scary. But Spoker mentioned that he and No1 both played qualifiers. And in those qualifiers, Spoker beat No1. And he described it as beating him easily. So he's feeling confident coming into this. He's feeling good about his decks. And I mean, he's only been playing the game since March 2023. So he's been playing the game for less than a year. And in that time, this is his 3rd tournament appearance. So Spoker really showing that, you know, with enough skill, with enough tactical use of your collection, you can make it really far. And we also see that with enough effort and time, because Spoker put in 1,500 games this month at a 63.20% win rate, which might not seem high compared to the other win rates we've seen, but when you're putting in 1,500 games, not all of that's going to be on the best deck in the game. You're going to be trying out a lot of different cards, especially with the new expansion having just dropped. So while Spoker might not have the most impressive win rate, might not have the most impressive season finish, he might have the most experience on the new cards and the most experience on a wide range of decks. And his favorite card here is Exploit the Gap, which he is unfortunately not bringing today, but I hope he does bring someday. But now let's get into his decks, because I'm very excited to talk about his decks. First up, you have a Britain-Poland control. And I've not seen Poland at all on ladder. I've not seen Poland in tournaments in a very long time, but Spoker is coming in with this British-Poland Legions. But it's a very interesting Legions deck because it doesn't go entirely in onto the Legions synergy like most Poland allied decks do. There's only a single Tarnow in there. And for 2 of his Polish slots, he's running this 35th Infantry Regiment, which is the 1/5 guard that buffs all of your support line as your opponent moves units into the front line. So I asked him about this deck specifically, and he said that it's intended to target aggro and front line specifically. And as we see, every single player, sorry, not quite every single player, but almost every single player brought US frontline to this tournament. So definitely a very solid choice, and I'm excited to see this deck in action. His second deck is German-Japan, but it's a German-Japan in a very different direction than No1 took his German-Japan. We see all 4 Chinese players in this tournament brought German-Japan, but they all have their interesting differences. Spoker's version of the list is very much a more mid-range centered list. At the top end, you have FW, Comet, Jagdbomber, the 20 Panzer Grenadiers. These are just your very typical strong mid-range German cards. And then on the lower end, you have the same 15th Cavalry 35T that No1 has, but you have slightly less all-in aggressive. You have a bit more removal with honorable death. And my personal favorite part of this deck is the single copy of Burst of Fire, which means your opponents always have to be terrified once you start playing down these big fighters, the FWs, the Jagdbombers, because if one sticks on the board, you can very easily just suddenly deal 12 damage. And with Comet, that means for 7 credits, he can deal 10 damage from hand. So he's going to try to take the board early, similar to mid-range, control the board with a lot of trades while getting in a bit of chip damage, and then hopefully cycling through his deck with cards like the Panzer H to find the burst of fire to finish off his opponent. And then lastly here, we have US Frontline, and US Frontline is a very, very popular deck on ladder. It's a very, very popular deck in this tournament, but people are still looking at different ways to build it because there's a lot of new cards that could potentially go into the deck, and with the new meta, there's a lot of cards existing in the game that people might consider. So one of the big debates is what you do with Suppress, because Suppress is obviously a very large and important mechanic, and the M10A1, the new 3-cost 4/2 tank that comes down and suppresses a unit immediately, is very, very strong. And we see Spoker runs 2. Every player who brought Frontline is bringing the M10A1. But Spoker wants more suppress, and that's why he's bringing 2 copies of Duress on the bottom end of the list, which is very interesting because this will allow him to do massive tempo swings at the cost of losing a little bit on card value. Now, another very interesting card choice in Spoker's US Frontline list is the single copy of In the Navy, which I believe we have never seen in an OCC before, maybe not even in a tournament altogether before. But this countermeasure, when the opponent attacks one of Spoker's units, the unit will get +1/+2 before the damage is dealt. So this can be a massive surprise tempo swing early in the game if your opponent attacks into a unit thinking that they'll trade, but your unit now gets +1/+2, destroys the enemy unit, and stays on board. This can be the tempo swing that Frontline needs to take the front line, keep the front line, draw with their Shermans, and start overwhelming the board with, of course, the German Sherman, the 20 Panzer Grenadiers, the 5th Rangers, and the new Devil's Brigade, which is starting to become a staple in these frontline decks.
Thank you so much, Jking. Yeah, very interesting to see that copy of In the Navy. I know that Spoker really likes that card from some previous tournament experience. But yeah, Cornguy, would you mind taking us through the next person's deck list here? I believe that you are muted.
Well, the next person will be Innocent Bubbles, I believe. So let's go ahead and take a look at his player card. We're seeing Bubbles repping the Eastern Front team with his pet bird. So that's a great picture showing love for his bird. Coming in with a 76% win rate, very solid win rate on a lot of matches, finishing second. Most played deck Germany, on that German Soviet deck, getting a lot of matches in. Very strong finish for this on the season for Innocent Bubbles, and so let's go ahead and look at his decks. First deck we're going to highlight is a US Britain ramp. Bubbles, interestingly enough, is electing to go for the US ramp list over a frontline list. So favoring the the late game with the Glamour Boys, he can stabilize enough against aggro and then just outvalue his opponents as the game progresses. So we do see the supply priorities, 2 Monsoon Rots to get those board wipes. We have 1 copy of Night Bombing. I would like to point out there is no Victory March in this list, so one of my favorite new cards not being run in this. However, the deck is not set up to maximize that Victory March. The next one we see a modified version of the German US, modified after the changes to the jet prototype. He's still looking to use that jet prototype, although it is slightly strong or slightly weaker than how it was released. It's still very capable, and we're seeing that familiar German US mid range with some War Machine to try to get out your high value units a little bit quicker. Two Zeros, the 4K fighters, always interesting choice, but he has shown that he can definitely make that work. 1 Africa core, so the possibility to find a very strong German elite unit is always there for this list. And moving on to the final deck, it is another ramp list. This one, Brit US main. Pretty similar to the other one, we are seeing a Commonwealth as an alternative win condition in this list. We do see one ASW patrol, a lot of ramp. This list is there is no quartermaster. The quartermaster is in the US one, so it's definitely just looking to draw with the convoys and control the board and then win with the large bombers. I would like to say that the submitted name for this list is my goth girlfriend left me, so F's in the chat for Bubbles love life, but he always has his bird with him, as we see in that picture.
Thank you so much, Cornguy. Very interesting to see Bubbles lists. Definitely very different than the list that we've seen before, and it looks like Bubbles favors this sort of US, Britain ramp core. In one case, going for a Commonwealth game plan. In the other case, going for sort of just a big bomber game plan. But if you would take us through Nanami, Cornguy, what do we know about Nanami, if anything at all?
Well, I think
Or
I'll
sorry,
let
not Cornguy, Thanatron. I'm so sorry.
No problem. I was gonna let Corn pull double duty if he wanted. So Nanami, or Seven Seas, as he has been known a little bit due to the translation, I believe, of his name, has definitely been around for a good while now, right? We've seen some pretty impressive both season finishes and tournament placements coming from them, so it's really nice to see them in a top 8. Alpenfestung as a favorite card is awesome. I have yet to see it played in game at all. Like even in a ladder casual match, I've never had someone play the card against me, nor have I played it. So I'd love to see it in a tournament. So I'm all for that. 64% win rate on the season on 639 matches, both very impressive. Definitely some really nice consistent play. And going up against Bubbles, who was second overall on the ladder. So he is going against one of our pre-qualified players today. So he has a tough match, and I'm sure that he is looking forward to it.
Yep, and would you mind taking us through the deck list, Thanatron?
So I'm really excited for this match because, like Bubbles, we do not have any like small decks. There's not much in the way of fast aggression. You can look at these curves right here, and you can see that that we're bringing some beef. We start here with a Japan German. And we can see almost a control-like nature to this. We can see really big control cards like Bonsai and To the Last Man, hoping for some board clears, and then some annihilations for some discard. And we have just some huge monster units here, uh, as well as some recons for draw and some on type A gun, some smaller stuff as well, smaller tools, especially on the Ascent, which has been a very great card for Japan, and is going to allow maybe a swingy salvage play, which would be very interesting. Moving on to Germany, here we see sort of the opposite, as far as just not the opposite as archetype, but just we went from Japan German to German Japan. Still very thick here, all the way up to Leopold and Maelstrom, bringing those board clears again with the two Maelstroms. And we do see the Annihilation, and we see Alpenfestung. He has brought it, so we would love to see that card get played. But a lot of big, thick German units. And then the last deck here, we see a Brittly Enjoyer after my own heart. Some really big stuff here as well. Naval engagement always looming large, threatening to take out that entire backline. The two Halifaxes and the Wellington and the Lancaster, some really big bomber action. And then, of course, Co-Belligerence, a new card as well that allows you to just shuffle your probably the best unit on your opponent's board off the board right into the deck. And then we even see the new big Maki as well. So some very big planes in that deck. Should be really interesting matchup against Bubbles today.
Yeah, thanks so much, Thanatron. So next up we have And Yet It Moves, who is a Chinese player and who has some sort of involvement in the Billy recast of the OCCs. I believe that he's a caster, so shout out to the casting gang. But yeah, great to see a lot of casters in this tournament. But we are going to take a look at his deck profile. So, And Yet It Moves decided that their favorite card is Petlyakov, which is obviously a super awesome card, especially in some matchups. But qualified through the qualification system, finishing 19th with a 72% win rate and 530 games. We've seen a lot of games from a lot of these players this season. And now onto the deck lists. And Yet It Moves first deck is a Germany-Japan control list featuring cards such as Toyama Regiment, a personal favorite of mine, as well as 75mm Mountain Gun. Both these cards haven't seen a whole lot of play, but I love both of them. And then we get to see another copy of Alpenfestung, as well as Schwalbe, which has seen play in previous Brit Air metas, but we haven't seen a lot recently. Then we have a Britain US bomber ramp list looking to play stuff like Halifax, as well as Lancaster and Wellington, looking to get big value, but we don't see Ingenuity, which I'm a little bit surprised about. And then the last list is a Soviet Britain control list. And this list is not looking to play push or anything like that. Instead, it's just looking to value out your opponent. And Yet It Moves really likes Kitty Hawk. We see 2 copies of Kitty Hawk, which is a really interesting choice. And to quote him, he said, "Kitties are cute." So you heard it here first, folks. What an interesting choice. But yep, very, very interesting deck. Seeing some weird cards like Yak 9, and we see 2 copies of By the Sword. Super excited to see this deck. Super excited to see how the Kitty Hawk goes. And then Jking, last up we have High Entropy Body. Do you know anything about High Entropy Body?
Now, I do not know anything about high entropy body, actually, except that, I mean, most played Germany, 63% win rate, about 500 games, about the same amount as And Yet It Moves, placing 33rd. And he actually barely qualified to the qualifiers. He was 1 point ahead of 35th. So barely making it in, but then once in qualifiers, he did very good in qualifiers and now has qualified here to the top 8. So although I don't know anything about him personally, he clearly has shown that he can navigate this new meta, he can navigate the tournament setting, and I'm very interested to see what he's going to be doing here today. But we can learn a little bit about him based on his decks, because 2 of his 3 decks are very, very similar to the decks brought by Spoker. So the middle deck, switching the order around here, the middle deck, the German-Japan deck, is almost identical to Spoker's German-Japan. It's a mid-range deck with the single copy of Burst of Fire, where you're just trying to control the board, get a bit of chip damage in, and then find that Burst of Fire to finish off your opponent. The third deck is, as far as I'm aware, identical copy of Spoker's US-German mid-range, where again, you're just trying to control the board, get some chip damage in, try to finish your opponent with Blitzkrieg, with some of these new cards like Duress, the M10, and the Devil's Brigade. Where he differs from Spoker, though, is his first deck here, the Britain deck, where Spoker had the Britain-Poland control that was trying to target sort of these aggro decks. High Entropy Body has gone the more meta route and brought Britain US Ramp, a deck that you see a lot on ladder here, and pretty similar to the previous Britain US Ramp that we saw, where you have just the big bombers, the Halifaxes, the ASW patrols to ramp up there. Although his version has some interesting anti-aggro choices in here. He's got the Devil's Brigade in the ramp deck, which is not something that I've seen a lot of. He's got the supply priorities on top of the supply shortages, so he's really focusing on trying to clear the board. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this deck performs compared to the Britain-Poland deck, the difference between him and Spoker.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be quite interesting. to see all those differences. And we are going to get to see them very, very shortly. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes with Berto versus Stanislav as our first match. Super excited to see that. But if you guys would mind hanging tight for just a little bit, we'll be back in just a few.
Three, two, one.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
Welcome back to the first OCC of 2024. We've got 8 great players today trying to start their year off right, trying to start their year off the way you want with a victory. So let's take a look at our bracket today, what we've got in store for you today. We can see our first match that we're going to cut to in just a minute. We have Berto and Stanislav facing off first. Next will be No and 5 and Spoker. Afterwards, we will have Innocent Bubbles versus Nanami. And lastly, in our first round, we will have And Yet It Moves versus High Entropy Body, all vying today for that first title of the year. And we are going to go right into Berto and Stanislav here. We're going to bring up their decks just for a quick look. If you saw our pre-show, then you saw these gone into in a little bit more depth, but to go over them very quickly, we see Berto with 2 push OTK decks here, Soviet Britain and Britain Soviet respectively, and then a classic US frontline. Corn, can you tell me what we can see from Stanislav?
Yep. So if we pull up Stanislav's list, like we said, we broke them down in the pre-show. Stanislav is bringing a Brit ramp, a frontline, and a Japan US ramp. So he's got 2 ramps that likes to counter the push OTK. So I'm excited to see how these bans play out.
Yeah, that Japan deck definitely got some spice to it. Let's take a look at our band, see what these guys are not playing. Berto losing his US frontline. He will be double pushing. Berto will have to win with both push decks to advance here. And Stanislav being denied his Brit. So We may see that Japanese ramp as well. Stanislav will certainly need to find a win with it if he is to advance. Let's get right into our first OCC match of 2024. And by let's get into it, I mean we're going to take just a second to let our players load the game and get everything sorted. What do you expect to see from this first match, Corn?
I'd have to imagine Stanislav was hoping so much that his Brit ramp could get through. You know, it looks like he said, get rid of this front line. I want to see you win with both push lists. And, you know, his best matchup would have been the Brit ramp. So smart ban by Berto
Definitely.
to limit that. You know, so we're going to have to see the front line and the Japan-US ramp fight these push lists. I wouldn't be surprised if the Japan one could squeak a victory out. It definitely doesn't. It seems like it's more against Brit US ramp, US main ramp. The frontline one definitely will take a little bit of skill and a little bit of luck to slog through these decks, which just love to play guards, stall, and make your experience very congested.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I have a feeling we're about to see some Bryansk regulars in the next
Ooh,
20 to 30 minutes. Just a couple
yeah,
of the boys.
and you know, maybe he can get a good blitzkrieg line. You know, Berto's going to have to be weary of many units he allows in the front line.
All right, and we are starting here, getting into it. We see Berto going with his Soviet push first, and what a hand to draw. Likely going to see him put some stuff back here. I don't think he wants this many combo pieces in his opening hand, but he can see both pushes in GPW, which might be needed here. Going up against Japan, GPW might be more of a healing item for Berto than a damage item, but we will see. He's considering a full mulligan, and Stanislav holding on to his war bonds. No, not holding on to his war bonds. Full mulligans from both players here. Not a
Yeah,
single issued card was liked or enjoyed.
yeah, interesting lineup. Like you said, the Japan US is missing out on some heal. We just looking, there is no uh heal for this Japan deck, so each damage point is going to count against Stanislav permanently. Berto choosing to start with the Soviet list, I feel the Soviet list is the least is a
The
little
weaker
bit
list a little
the
bit.
weaker list compared to the Brit list. So he's trying to
I
get
would
a
agree.
win with this out of the gate, and then just say, hey, this Brit list is too consistent for it to lose twice in a row. And we're seeing this out of the mist on the 33rd Recon. It's a, you know, if you're used to playing self damage, you can do this and draw off your own recons. It's a interesting combo also with the supply priorities. So, you know, kind of
I would like
similar.
to yeah, I would like to see him bust the supply priority here to kill his own recon, so that way Out of the Mist takes effect and he is able to salvage it and then get another 1/1 recon for one cost, which he can hopefully convert into another draw. Instead chooses to take the front line with it, which is sort of interesting. And yep, here's those Bransks already here, already ready to make an impact.
Um, Something that we hadn't mentioned, there is the 6K 0 already in the hand of Stanislav, so that could be coming down on turn 5 after a Southern Plan ramp and really force Berto to use one of his Red Dawns to get rid of it. Um, but, you know, if Berto did not have a way to deal with it, that could really stymie what he's trying to do. And
Yeah,
we
and
are
we
seeing
see
it come down.
yeah, basically a little bit of ramping to 0 off of that Southern plan, which is really going to be annoying for Berto, but holding 2 Red Dawns, Berto knows that he does not need all of those Red Dawns for his final combo, so very likely here we just see him spend 2 to kill that infamous 0 and not have to deal with it for the rest of the game. Probably not too big a deal for him. We do see the Tojo. The Tojo was brought up in the pre-show for Stanislav, and I do want to call that out again real fast. Obviously, against double push, the Tojo is not doing anything, right? It's just a body. It's just a ambush fighter. But we have seen today the deck lists that have been submitted includes a lot of ramp. Shout out Hayes, who actually puts deck stats together for us just about every month. Britain was the most taken nation, with all 8 players having a Brit deck, and a lot of that is ramp. There is a lot of Halifaxes today. There are Wellingtons in almost every single one of those decks. There are even some Lancasters going around today. So I think that the Tojo play in this ramp meta is really, really smart, and we will see if it can get a huge discard. Perhaps even like something like a Flying Fortress would be very, very crucial.
And that 0 is already taken out. For a second, Berto was taking a long time to think. I was hoping that his game did not crash as a result of the 0 being played. But
How dare you?
we don't have to worry about that. We are seeing. I can already feel just from watching this game that the stall and the congestion is already hitting Stanislav.
We see with the change in production order from the most recent patch, Stanislav goes with the D bomber rather than the J bomber. Berto not to have very many units outside of guard. Obviously, the bomber is able to go over the guard, so the blitz is more valuable than the suppression here for Stanislav. Really nice change to that card, I think, making the D bomber much, much more viable, and the J bomber still very strong. Obviously, full board suppression, very good. So really nice to see that as well. Berto with a big play there, so that the Winter Regiment can't get the salvage now. It would have to basically die in attacking anything almost. So unlikely for Stanislav to pull off salvage with that. But the ASW patrol,
Big ASW patrol coming in, allowing him to get 4 damage in and already be on 12 credits next turn to Berto's 7.
killing a big guard like that, so valuable. And he can go right into Flying Fortress here and just continue to shred through these guards, no problem.
Or he could go to the bomber that he drew, deal 7 damage. It can get removed, but 7 damage is nothing to sneeze at, especially with no healing in hand for Berto. Looks like the Flying Fortress is being considered.
And that will come out. Stanislav also holding a Goshikin, which is a semi-interesting card for this matchup specifically, due to how well it trades with those Bryansk. It's, of course, immune to damage on your turn, so that includes being immune during Bryansk's destruction effect. So it can really take those out, trading the 6 damage into the 6 health Bryansk with no problem. Naval
also
Brigade is a...
It laughs at the ambush of that Naval Brigade as well.
It does, definitely. Naval Brigade with the 3 sickles does loom very large here. I would have to imagine we see a sickle onto the Flying Fort to injure it, and then the Naval Brigade to kill it. Standing up well, the 4-4 ambush guard against the 4-2 in the front line as well.
And I was considering just the Monsoon Rot sickle as for a board clear. And Berto is considering that as well.
That'll definitely work too. And it is starting to get scary here for Stanislav. He doesn't know it, but Berto is holding GPW, push, Red Dawn, Red Dawn. It is a matter of money now. It is just a matter of money for Berto and a matter of time for Stanislav.
He has lethal from hand unless Stanislav can put Berto at too low of health to do it. So he's going to have to hit face with this bomber from hand. I don't know if he realizes the peril that he's in.
Right, but it shouldn't matter either way because that GPW is coming out. Stanislav with 20 health is going to have to lose 8 of it to the GPW. Well, not have to, but likely going to
Ooh,
lose.
and he doesn't realize the danger and just going for the gosh.
Yeah,
And
just big plans.
that's gonna be all she wrote. Already 8 credits is all he needs right now with the pieces in hand.
Red Dawn, push for, I believe, 21, 22 damage. I cannot do math. It is early. And
Yeah.
obviously, only the Goshikin would have been needed for the 2 pushes, but it would have been very interesting if Stanislav would have had a slightly better read on that to maybe only put down Tojo, because that puts Berto into a spot where he does not have enough options to Red Dawn to pull off a full push combo and would likely have to wait on it.
I would have liked
But
to have seen him take Berto down to 7 and force him to play GPW and keep slogging along. But of course, he didn't know that the pieces were already in Berto's hands.
yeah, a turn. What was that?
Turn 9.
Turn 9, I believe, because yeah, he got Southern planned at one point.
Yeah.
But a turn 9 push is quite the push. Even getting Southern planned, Stanislav with another Southern plan here, hoping to get into that right away. Looking to put back.
Throws
Puts
away
back
the
raiding
raiding
brigade
brigade.
as well.
Wonder what he was
Interesting
looking
when, all right, we know Berto is flush with Bransks again.
Wow, this Take Liberty could definitely shuffle things up, if I do say. And, you know, Berto might have the combo pieces in hand, and then they are shuffled back into his deck. Berto with a good hand. Stanislav with another Southern plan on curve.
And we said going into this match that we felt that this Brit push was the push, right? We felt like this is a little stronger than the Soviet push. You have your Commonwealth and push together, making you able to late game deal over 40 damage to face, which again, not going to be relevant here. We're not going to see this Japanese deck heal up over 20 at any point, so not totally relevant. But just that ability and utility to be able to do so much damage. It can just put it out, damage, all at once, or splitting those 2 giant chunks of damage up. Berto just passing as well. This is going to be a really passive game here for the first couple turns.
Yeah, not much going on, but each turn that is just passed is looking more in Berto's favor if Stanislav can't pressure him to respond to his threats rather than just coast to a push finisher.
Certainly, the longer the game goes on, is in the combo deck's favor. And now Berto even Berto's hand maybe even too good, sitting with some great draw that he would love to execute, but having a hand too big to draw, and no units on the part of Stanislav to start using some of his pin. So he just throws away a supply shortage, saying Stanislav's deck is not going to be unit heavy. The boards are going to be small. I don't need this. And Stanislav passes right back. There's no blinking going on here. This is a staring contest of a high order.
Yeah, Berto is just there sipping his tea. You can see his table prop. Just sipping some tea, buying his time, playing raw Sexton with no pen, and saying, come get me. Come get me, Stanislav. I brought just a standard Brit card back, you know. I'm not threatening. And then all of a sudden, push. That's it.
Stanislav with not really another turn here where he doesn't necessarily have any great moves. Obviously, Kika can't blitz, so probably not the turn to play Kika. No, not enough money to play B17, but even next turn, it's only a 50-50 for a decent unit, so not sure how he feels about that. Considering just a raw Kika, does not want to play Winter Regiment, has been holding on to Winter Regiment now for a couple of turns when he could have thrown it into the front line. Berto with even more draw and no place to put it.
Yeah, Kiko's gonna offer a great target to just pin and never see the light of day.
Yeah, sickle in hand.
But
One
something
more
that would be
sickle or
interesting
even just the already next turn.
if Stanislav can out of the mist his own Kika, and get those kamikaze cards and then get another one, those can be a little annoying for Berto if he can keep Berto's health too low.
But a big swing shaping up here. He uses the Kika's 3 op cost to discount D-Bomber. So off of prod order, we are seeing D-Bomber make a big impact right away after the patch. It's blitz and op cost reduction coming into play huge here. Super interesting, right? We think of that card in the op cost sort of archetype that has been created recently from the most recent expansion. But here we see it with a Japan US deck where basically only the big bombers in that Kika can trigger the reduction. So very interesting and really nice for him to pull off.
And we're gonna see the 0 again. Hopefully it comes down clean. Berto will have to deal with that if he wants his cards to be less expensive, to deal with that inflation that this single plane can cause to the entire nation of Britain. A 24 cost Commonwealth.
You love to see it. But again, another Red Dawn for Berto, as obviously Push is going to be holding Red Dawns. So only maybe an extra credit. Only has to spend +1 to take that 0 out. Effectively making it only as bad as a Red Devil. There's definitely some other decks that 0 would be much more painful for, but Push has a very cheap answer at the exact amount of damage you need. But of course, that is a combo piece for Berto, so he is going to have to find at least 2 more Red Dawns. Already finding one. Plenty of pin on that big bomber.
That Take Liberty is still looming as Berto burns through all of his draw. Makes it less likely that when that Take Liberty hits, he'll have draw cards in his hand. He could be left top decking. Not likely, seeing as his deck has a lot of draw, but each one gone is a little bit more room for a bad hand to result from the Take Liberty.
Stanislav's sort of trying to target that honey. He knows he needs that honey to die, but he probably doesn't even understand how much he needs that honey to die. With the Sincerely Yours and another pin, Berto can very quickly approach that 30 health marker that he needs to get to for that Commonwealth. A little more ramp here
Unfortunately
from
for him,
Stanislav.
the
And yeah, we are
Tojo. Unfortunately for him, the Tojo doesn't discard combo pieces.
but we are going to take that honey out. That honey could not live. Ooh, and a big take lib here. We're going to get some extra health for Stanislav. If we were someone who happened to be a commentator and said that Japanese deck wasn't going to heal, you've been made a fool of. The joke is on you.
Just the phrasing, doesn't run any healing natively. However, with salvage, anything's possible.
Ah, yes, this new salvage world. Berto drawing into 2 combo pieces, which I
Ooh.
believe is more than he had before. So, take lib is a bit of a double-edged sword. And Berto getting the Crusader here. Extra draw, very good. 24 health is annoying, though. Berto is likely going to need
Ooh.
either an extra or all 3 Red Dawns in his combo, or he is going to need to find some Commonwealth action. Might not be a bad bonsai turn here for Stanislav. Killing the draw engine and 2 guards.
True, however, Berto's hand is very glamorous, having 3 of the glamour boys themselves just looking down, saying, "You've already used your bonsai, and now we can just sit glamorously in the back line, waiting to push you over the edge and send you home early on this first OCC of 2024."
Berto, over 30 health, guarded up. Dangerous times here for getting Commonwealth. We've seen a lot of home defense recently. It started to get a little popular in the jet meta as an anti-jet tech, but it has seemed to find a home with Salvage sort of enabling Control Japan to finally kind of establish itself in the meta a little bit, which has been very fun.
And
that home defense Audacity combo to do 5 damage to a unit is also pretty cool.
something that we didn't mention over on the main Discord, there is a channel for bracket challenges where you can look at the bracket for today and predict it. It looks like if you selected Stanislav to win, you're already coming out of your prediction down an incorrect one. And you're going to hope Berto loses in round 2 so that your bracket isn't messed up too bad.
A little bit of January madness here for the community. And another Red Dawn. So that's only 2 Red Dawns left for Berto, which is enough to kill now that the Wellington has found some face damage here. That's a big Wellington hit.
Retrospect, Stanislav may have been better off banning one of the push lists and trying his luck against Berto's front line. I really think that he was hoping that he could have got his Brit ramp through, but not today, says Berto.
Be interesting to see here if Berto jumps on his Commonwealth next turn. Just says, I've got 30 health, I've got 12 credits, I'm doing this now, I'm putting you at 1 health, and I'm holding push, and I'm really not scared. Oh, baby. Here we see, and Stanislav makes the obvious correct choice. Says, I am not getting Commonwealth that easy. But
Hopefully,
two Glamour
come-
Boys is just a matter of time.
Hopefully, he'll come back, supposing he wins to his round 2 match with cooler card back.
Yeah, you'll have to if Berto happens to advance, we'll have to get some messages out to him to gussy up that deck for us.
I like that, gussy up.
Really big turn here for Berto. There's a lot to think about. He knows that he is close to this win. He knows that this win is there for the grabbing, but he also knows that with just 1 or 2 incorrect orders, not even necessarily incorrect moves, but just doing moves in the incorrect order right now, could have this win slip through his grasp. Chooses to use the push in hand to kill the Sheeted, and now guarding up that bomber. Stanislav with no board, no cards.
Looks like your turn lagged there, just letting Stanislav know that it is his turn.
He would love to have both of these in the same turn, but I have to assume here we see Bomb Raid come out onto the Wellington to take away Berto's draw engine and Berto's bomber.
And Berto is running low on cards. So if Stanislav can establish a threat that Berto doesn't have any more removal for, like this fighter, it's going to make things a little bit more interesting for Berto, having burned one of his
Yeah, one of his
Pushes already.
pushes, which again also did damage to Berto, making that 30 health a little further away too. 2 glamour boys here, so he should be able to get back up to 30. What's really nice is the glamour boys 7 health matching up against the 6 damage of the Goshikin. That is going to be pivotal, I think, here. May even just see Berto throw down the double glamour, heal up for his Commonwealth. Yep, that's exactly what we're going to see here. And now what Stanislav has to sort of choose here is how he uses his Goshikin. Does he take out the 3-3? Yeah, he takes out the 3-3. So now the Flying Fortress is going to kill a fresh, clean unit. It's going to take out a guard, but 2 health. He's definitely getting Commonwealth here.
Gonna leave him at 1.
And the last push. Once again, as we have sort of joked and discussed here, Japan is not going to be able to provide itself any healing except for that wacky honey steal that it had earlier. So this is going to be game for Berto Burrito. There is nothing Stanislav can do, unfortunately. And Berto pulling off a huge double push victory. 2 push OTK wins in a row with both push OTK decks. And moving on here into the semis for January. What a match.
True. Congrats to Berto, playing pretty well. Unfortunately, Stanislav lost a little bit of the RNG in the matchups that he had to face in his round 1 opponent. But hopefully he can come back stronger, light a fire in his heart, and come back and outperform his performance today.
And really good match by Berto. I think that Push is a very high skill ceiling deck. For those of you in chat who are already angry to see 2 big push wins, it is not easy to get 2 big tournament push wins. That is quite an accomplishment. Really deft work playing to his outs by Berto. Very impressive. Let's cut back to the bracket now and see what we have up next. So we are going to go into No and 5 versus Spoker. Off stream, you can see Innocent Bubbles with a big 2-1 victory over Nanami, which means that both of our pre-qualified number 1 and number 2 ladder players who rode Jet to such impressive heights have moved on, even without Jet in the form that they rode. So very interesting here as our bracket shapes out. Let's go to Starry and Jking to bring up our next match.
Thank you so much, Thanatron. That was a really, really interesting match. And we're definitely excited to jump into the next one here. We are going to be seeing And Yet It Moves versus High Entropy Body in just a second for you. But yeah, any thoughts about that match before we get into it?
Yeah, I mean, I hope for Stanislav that this, as Thanatron mentioned, that this lights a fire for the desire to come back and prove himself again, prove that he can do better than this performance. And I mean, getting to top 8 is already very, very good. He's currently sitting in the top 10 on ladder, so there's a possibility that he'll even push for top 2, or if not, make it back through qualifiers. And now he has the tapes he can go through and rewatch his game against Berto, see what he did right, see what he did wrong, see what Berto did right, and try to learn and improve for next time. And I mean, again, that's just looking at Berto's lists. That's not the lists that Stanislav was hoping to get into. He was hoping to get into a lineup much more like Nanami, where you have these big ramp decks with the bombers to discard with Tojo.
Yep, I absolutely concur that Tojo looks like it's really hard targeting stuff like production order. But yeah, very interesting matchup nonetheless, and we are ready to get into And Yet It Moves versus High Entropy Body. So, and yet it moves has first this Germany-Japan control list with the interesting Toyama regiment. Then we have a Britain-US ramp list relying on Halifax. This is a primarily large bomber deck. And then lastly, we have a different sort of Soviet Britain deck. This is just a regular control deck with no push, only Kitty Hawk, because Kitty Hawk is, or sorry, because kitties are cute. And next up, we are going to take a look at high entropy bodies deck lists.
So high entropy body coming in here with the Brit US ramp, followed up by German Japan mid range. I'm very excited to see this deck in action. And then last but not least, we have the more traditional US German mid range, which I'm sure we're all very familiar with. So looking at these two lineups, what do you think the bans are going to be? If you have any ban predictions, every caster's favorite question.
Oh, well, I think that the frontline list is probably going to get banned a lot just because it's unique, it's uniquely powerful. It's probably more consistent than decks like Ramp. And I think that a lot of people predicted Britain to be really strong. I think Glamour Boy is like you said it, I said it. I think Glamour Boys is a really, really strong card right now, and you know, Britain is the most played nation today. So I do think that the front line has a high probability of being banned in any particular matchup, but that isn't necessarily applying to this matchup. Just kind of my take on the tournament as a whole.
I'll be interested to see how much value these Chinese players put on the German Japan deck, because as I mentioned, all 5 Chinese players have some version of German Japan as a nation combo. So clearly they think there's a lot going on here with the potential of these two nations together in this combination. But is that going to be enough to warrant a ban, or is it just a very good deck to as a solid deck in any lineup to get through after your Britain or your US gets banned? We'll have to go and see the bans once they come in.
And it looks like we are ready to see those bans. The long-awaited question will be answered. So it looks like And Yet It Moves is going to have that Germany-Japan control list banned, and High Entropy Body is going to have that
His
Britain list banned.
yeah, the ramp list. So high entropy body looking like he wants to target, and yet it moves to slower lists and these heavier lists, the Britain, Poland, and the Soviet Britain, and yet it moves just bans the ramp deck because it's I mean ramp into these two control decks are going to be very disfavorable. So it's going to be two faster, more mid-range style decks versus two slower, more controlling decks. And this is very interesting because these are just very classic control versus very classic mid-range. There's not going to be any big combos. There's no pushes flying around. There's no massive bombers out and about. It's just going to be very classic game of cards. Best of 3 of cards. I'm very excited to see how these decks perform.
Yeah, I am super interested in all of these sort of Germany-Japan lists. We saw them a lot going into, I think that it was kind of the season right before Winter War came out. We saw a lot of Germany-Japan, and so curious to see how all these different Chinese players are taking all sorts of different Germany-Japan lists. We have like Noen's Hyper Aggro with Greif. We see Alpenfestung not once but twice. There's just all sorts of crazy stuff going on with Germany-Japan, and it didn't perform on ladder super great in the last time that we saw it pop up a lot either, which makes me kind of not that surprised that we see so much of it here, even though it also isn't seeing play on ladder. It seems like Germany-Japan has historically performed a lot better in tournament than it has on ladder. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Historically, yes. The German Japan is just a little bit of an awkward situation because Germany as a main nation does not necessarily offer you the consistency that you get with other main nations for the wide variety of decks you see on ladder compared to a tournament where with the ban and the only 3 deck lists, it's much easier to get Germany into the matchups you want. However, that being said, I know that No 5 is currently rank 1 on ladder, I believe. 29, 30 points on this Germany-Japan, but we're not going to be seeing Germany-Japan in the first game. It's going to be US Frontline versus, and yet it moves, Britain-Poland. Or, sorry, it's Britain-US Ramp. I'm mistaken.
Yes, I believe that it was Spoker that had the Britain Poland
Yes.
list.
Apologies.
Yeah, no problem.
And yet it moves is going to wish that this was the Britain Poland list, because that list was very set on dealing with these frontline decks, controlling the front line, getting a lot of guards, contesting the board early. Whereas this ramp deck is going to be not contesting the early game very much, which is going to allow high entropy body to play an early 99th, play an early PIR, and try to get in a lot of early damage.
Yeah, and the first thing that And Yet It Moves plays is just going to eat a duress, which is not super ideal, especially if it's something like a Glamour Boys or some kind of high impact guard unit. But yeah, high entropy body unfortunately doesn't have a infantry unit to get the PIR buff, so that PIR is going to be selfish for a little bit. But when it does move into the front line, it is going to be quite a force to be reckoned with.
And yet it moves, finds the turn 2 War Machine, which is exactly what he wants, but looking at the rest of his hand, the offer is going to be good once he has the credits to play it, but his hand is looking very small and very expensive.
Yeah, it's interesting to see these B24Ds come out because I'm not sure how many units with operation cost 3 or more, and Yet It Moves actually has in his deck.
That
So I'm not
supply
sure if
priorities draw is massive. It's going to clear the entire board and punish high entropy body for going for this much slower play with the 22nd infantry.
absolutely. But High Entropy Body does have the ability to start to rebuild by pushing up this 164th and probably buffing it up with the 99th. It's not the most credit efficient play, but it starts putting down damage really quickly. Instead, we're gonna see just this Alpine unit, the Devil's Brigade, move up. We've been seeing a lot of it in this tournament. What do you think about this card?
I think this card is very, very good. Now, this is not the matchup you want Devil's Brigade for. You want Devil's Brigade for matchups like the US Frontline Mirror, especially against Jaguar, where you're able to come down and remove 2 units for 4 credits, but that requires one of the units to be 1 health and the other unit to be in the front line, which you're not going to find against Ramp. And yet it moves, finds this Sexton, which is going to be very, very good. It will probably immediately eat a Duress to unpin this Devil's Brigade, and actually, what an interesting play High Entropy Body could have done, which I think a lot of players sort of miss immediately, is he could have Juressed his own Red Devils to remove the pin and then buffed it with the 99th to trade into this Sexton. Now, that's a very difficult play to see, especially when you're playing on stream in your first ever tournament. However, we see him considering here whether or not to Juress the Sexton. He does choose to Juress the Sexton, which means his Red Devils will stay unpinned moving into the next turn.
Yeah, very interesting. I always thought that the Devil's Brigade was probably going to be one of the strongest cards in the set. When I was first looking at it, I was like, wow, this card's awesome. And then we really didn't see it in World Championships. And of course, during this Jet meta, basically anything that isn't Jet or something super ridiculously powerful has been kind of unplayable. So we've seen it a lot today. I'm curious to see if, as we go into this fresh new meta, if we're going to be seeing more and more Devil's Brigade. It's definitely a very strong card.
Yeah, I think the deployment deal 1 damage is just an effect that's somewhat difficult to evaluate how good it's going to be, because US has a 3/4 blitz unit for 3. And that card saw play back in the day, but as soon as 5th Rangers came out, everybody dropped that card like a hot potato. And if you're not running a 3/4 US infantry blitz, how good is a 3/3 US infantry blitz? Same cost, same operation cost, but with the deployment deal 1 damage. So it's a difficult card to evaluate, but it's just the fact that it's diversified, it can take out 2 different things at once, does mean that it is a little bit better than the 3/4. And in this situation, I mean, it's a 5/2 after the 99th buff, and yet it moves, not having any board clears in hand. The Avery will push things back, and because these are infantry, that will give him some time, take some of the pressure off of his HQ.
Yeah, so I'm looking over in Yet It Moves deck, and I think that aside from Lancaster, Wellington, and Yeah, I believe it's just Lancaster and Wellington that have an operation cost of more than 3, and of course Pioneer as well. But yeah, so it doesn't look like there's a huge opportunity for these B24Ds to come down with a reduction in their cost. But just one draw, like something like a Pioneer, is all and yet it moves needs to get these out a lot quicker.
And with being on 12 credits on turn 8, I believe, does mean that he's just going to be able to play the B24D without the cost reduction and then still get in an attack. And we see the Blitzkrieg and I mean, he can use Blitzkrieg to trade out the bomber. He can use Duress and the strategic bombing to take out the bomber by removing the heavy armor. But no matter what he does, even if he takes out these 2 units, and Yetta moves his hand, it's come back to a comfortable size, and he has a second B24D in hand, and High Entropy Body is just lacking the cards he wants. He wants to find these Shermans to increase his hand size. He wants to find these 20 Panzer Grenadiers to be able to get several threats on the board. There's some dynamic moving pieces that are able to put more pressure back into the front line. And he is going to go for the Duress strategic bombing, clear the board for now, but and yet moves has another 12 credits.
Yeah, I mean, your assessment was absolutely spot on earlier when you said that High Entropy Body's deck list sort of lacks the finishing potential that other frontline lists have, just because those duresses, like, on one hand they do create tempo swings, but if they don't have early targets, you're not really taking advantage of that. And yeah, we've seen High Entropy Body draw into 2 of them, and that's been really unfortunate. It means that High Entropy Body is nearly out of resources, and yet it moves has had a pretty easy time surviving, despite the fact that they've had very few anti-aggressive measures here.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point of just, we saw the 2 Duresses in hand, and they felt good when they came down, but and now that we're seeing how the game has gone since then, you really wonder if it would have been better if those 2 Duresses had been something else as a unit to put pressure on the board, make some of these trades more favorable. But he does get the Pathfinders down with the trigger off, and he draws the 20 Panzer Grenadiers, the German Sherman. And I would love to see him push both of the infantries to the front line and hold back this 35T in his hand. He's going to keep the Pathfinders in the support line, and he might be afraid of the second Devil's Brigade coming down from any other moves.
Which actually happened to be quite an astute assessment, but that Halifax hit it anyways. So what made you say that the Panzer would have been best used on a future turn?
Not playing the Panzer Grenadier on the future turn, but moving up the 2 infantries to the front line just so that he's able to attack with everything. And then he keeps the tank in his hand, because the tank is always able to come down with Blitz and reach the support line immediately. So
True.
it just allows the highest potential of attack into the support line, which we see he is lacking greatly here. He's unable to remove either unit. The Sherman draw finally comes in, but there's no US unit to draw with. And High Entropy Body is just simply going to lose the game here, because Devil's Brigade is going to come in and deal the 13th point of damage.
Yeah, and even if and yet it moves doesn't see it, which it looks like he does, just putting down a Glamour Boys with a Halifax and a B24D is more than enough to win, even without spotting lethal there. So we're gonna see Anyetta moves take game 1. You know, it is nice to have frontline in your arsenal still, but it would have been even nicer if you started off with a win there.
Yeah, I think that was a very important matchup for High Entropy Body to win. It was a matchup he's certainly favored in, and I think if he got that win moving forward, he'd feel very good. But now he has to take both this US-German frontline and this German-Japan mid-range list into the Soviet Britain control. And traditionally, Soviet control has been this sort of the poster child of anti-aggro. It's just got so many pieces, and yet it moves has even additional pieces that you don't traditionally see in Soviet control. He's got 2 copies of Snowstorm, which can essentially just lock down High Entropy Body's board for a turn.
Yeah, I definitely underevaluated Snowstorm when it came out. I didn't think that it'd be seeing much play, but after seeing it in action, I've been thoroughly impressed by the card overall. I think that one credit, oftentimes buying an entire turn, is absolutely crazy, even if your opponent does get a draw and a credit off of it.
And
And
this
we
is
see High
a
Entropy Body having a pretty big high impact tempo swing here with the Gebirgs Pioneer into the 64th Panzer Grenadiers.
yeah, he's sort of been forced to go down some of these risky moves, and that's really what happens when you're playing against Soviets, where you start with the Gebirgs Pioneer, and if it gets sickled, it just gets sickled, and your entire curve is thrown off. Fortunately for him, and Moves did not have sickle. Unfortunately for him, and Moves is going to get the Corson down on turn 4, which if you're high entropy body, I mean, there's no easy way to immediately remove that. I mean, Type 93 can buff up both your units to trade into it, but there's still two other units on Moves board, and that would cost high entropy body everything.
Yeah, with the reduction cost on Corson, making it often come down for like 4 or 5, it really reminds me of first rifles. I don't know if about you, but that's kind of just the first thing that comes to mind when I see that card. It's almost as if you stapled first rifles and second rifles onto the same body. Um, it's weaker to single target destruction, but its stats are a lot better.
Yeah, that's sort of a theme in Soviets, and particularly Soviet unit elites, is they're less flashy. They don't have these crazy effects like other nations have, but they're just high in stats for their cost. And when you play in a deck like Soviet Control, that's really all you need, and all you want is just play something that's good for its cost as it comes down. And Moves is going to be healing a lot with the engineers now. He's back above 20 health. But High Entropy Body has the opportunity to take out this Corson now in a way that I think he'll be pretty happy with.
Yes, I mean, the logical play would be to push up a 35T. There's also the possibility of going for 101st plus the Type 93, but I think that we can both agree that wasting the pincer effect seems a little weird. It makes sense just to burn one of these 35Ts here. The problem is that there's not a great follow-up play. You can play 22nd, but it's just dies to a Red Dawn, or sorry, not a Red Dawn, a Bloody Sickle. Or it can be traded off with the Chaika.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to play the second 35T, but it would have just been traded out by the Chaika, and I think he maybe wants to hold it back for potentially the 101st, had this Glamour Boys not come down. And Move still has dominant board control. He's got a ton of health. But looking at his hand, these By the Swords have a lot of potential if High Entropy Body just floods out the board. But if High Entropy Body continues playing just a handful of units at a time and trading out, High Entropy Body's hand is much stronger. And now that the Comet has been picked up, if he can remove this guard from Moves' board, this Comet can just start going face every single turn, and it doesn't really matter how much you heal.
Yeah, the only thing that really would put a hamper on Comet would be something like a Kitty Hawk. Because you would be winning that race. Your opponent would be doing 4 to you, but you'd be healing 1, so they're only doing 3 to you, and then you're hitting them for 3 plus the 1 additional from Kitty Hawk every time they play Comet. So, ironically, Kitty Hawk is pretty strong against Comet.
Yeah.
But yeah, High Entropy Body is starting to develop this board a little bit to get maximum value out of this combined arms. And we're going to see in Moves able to play something, even something like a Depths of Winter keeps the units on the board for the future by the sword. But it looks like in Moves deciding to go for something like a Snowstorm by the sword.
Yeah, he has a lot of options here because he has so much health and not anything of real value on the board. He could just drop Snowstorm and essentially pass. And by essentially pass, I mean draw 5 cards with the second By the Sword.
I would probably want to see the Chaika trade out if he's going to do that, but instead opting to hit the HQ, trying to race down. And going for the Glamour Boys.
Going for the Glamour Boys is interesting here because it allows High Entropy Body to get additional value out of this MEBF, out of this 35T. And yes, it might make High Entropy Body commit to the board more and walk into this Depths of Winter or Monsoon Rot Winter Warfare. However, is this worth losing the Glamour Boy over? Because at this point, your hand has no units. You have this by the sword, but High Entropy Body is going to trade out his board, which I really like in this situation. I'm not sure if he has the read exactly that Enyeta Moves has the second by the sword, but he probably has the read that there's going to be some sort of board clear because Enyeta Moves has several copies and abilities to remove the board. Enyeta Moves finds a 5-year plan, so it's not going to have any shortage of cards.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say that buy the sword to draw 5 cards, which would have been possible if Vignetta Moves had decided to do that. I was about to say that it makes 5-year plan kind of look like a joke, but Vignetta Moves is actually going for a 5-year plan. But yeah, I mean, as you were saying about the Soviet Britain has, out of any nation combination, by far the best ability to wipe the board repeatedly, with Depths of Winter, with Monsoon Rot and Winter Warfare, which is even better than Monsoon Rot Supply Shortage. It's just exceedingly good at wiping the board over and over again, which is kind of what makes push so nasty, is that you combine the two nations that already have some of the best defensive capabilities in the game and then give it an OTK win condition. And kind of forcing High Entropy Body to play into this board wipe a little bit.
Yeah, I just from his play, I think High Entropy Body might be getting a little bit frustrated at just the constant removal, the constant healing, seeing his opponent's HQ total getting past 30 at the peak, and just making a few misplays, playing the Type 93 after attacking with the other unit, and just going all face rather than making trades and playing around these board clears against such a big hand. I think yeah, just the style of play from Enyeta Moves Soviet Britain deck just got to High Entropy Body. And having played a lot of Soviet attrition type decks where you just try to grind down your opponent, this is exactly what you want to do to your opponent. Like, this is how your deck is tried to work, just constantly removing everything they play, giving them no chance, trying to strangle them out of the game. And I think that's 39th rifles. He can play the Yak, he can hammer the
Oh
shits
my
in.
gosh. Yeah,
And
I mean, this makes the Heinkel basically useless. And we actually see High Entropy Body is getting startlingly low. This little chip from the Chaika for what, like 7 consecutive turns now or something like that, is really, really starting to stack up. And yet it moves has very little options here.
we haven't even seen the Kitty Hawk come out, but this is sort of proving, and yet it moves right, where just you don't need these huge flashy combos, you don't need these massive units coming in. You just need a little bit of chip damage coming in as you're removing the board. And some of these cards in his deck are very low on value, like the Snowstorm. You're just basically playing it as a 1 credit pin the board almost, where you're just trying to make your opponent unable to really utilize their units too well. But with so much draw in the deck, with so much constant removal, it allows him to run these lower value cards and just these tiny things that get in chip damage. And eventually your opponent's just going to run out of cards, as we see High Entropy Body is starting to do. There's the Comet, 2 Southern plans, these difficult to really trade out. And the 20 Panzer Grenadiers is the only thing that is really doing much for him, but it's just going to have to trade out into this 39th and the Yak. He can stay alive for 1 more turn.
Yeah, and yet it moves could draw something like a Winter Warfare. Oh, and there it is. Yep.
And just a dominant 2-0 from And Yet It Moves, showing that although he's new to the OCC, both of these players are new to the OCC, And Yet It Moves, proving that he's been around the block. He's been playing ladder for years. He's been in contact with competitive players for years, and he's been watching OCCs for years, casting OCCs for years. And this is proving, as you yourself have proved, that casters can in fact play the game.
Well, yeah, especially in this particular tournament. I mean, having Bubbles and Berto performing extremely well last season. So, and both of them won their round ones. In fact, all three casters won their round one games. So yeah, the team caster is really showing up today. But we do have to remain unbiased as always, and we are rooting equally for everyone. So next we are going to get into our semifinals match. It's going to be Berto versus was it Spoker or no one that won their match? It was Spoker that won his match, so it looks like we're going to see Berto versus Spoker up next. And then after that, we're going to have Innocent Bubbles versus And Yet It Moves. Very excited to see all of those talented players. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break. And then we'll be back with Thanatron and Cornguy.
3, 2, 1.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
We are back and ready for our first semifinal in the January 2024 OCC Clash. We are ready to get into some action with Berto versus Spoker in our first semifinal. What do you think about that, Corn?
I'm excited to see how this can go. If Berto's reign of push will go unchecked, or if Spoker bringing Poland, bringing duress frontline can slow down Berto's push, Berto's
Double
push for the finals. And yeah,
super interesting. Berto's lineup again, causing a lot of headache and consternation for some of the other players here. Let's get into his list. Take a quick look. We have both of those push lists, and we have the US frontline. We saw both of the push lists executed to perfection in Berto's first match, getting him here. So definitely a force to be considered.
and looking at Berto's lists one more time, it'd be interesting to see where Spoker goes with his ban this time. Does he learn from Stanislav's experience? Does he just ban one of the pushes and say, I'd like to see Berto play frontline?
It is such a double-edged sword, right? Frontline has been one of the most consistent decks in this game for a very long time. Perhaps is even better than people think it is right now, with the fact that it's sort of living in this limbo state where some of the new tools are all great, but we're not quite sure what the balance of those new tools is for maybe an optimum lineup. So when you're playing this lineup of Bertos, right, you're saying like I can either play against both push decks and make him have to do the combo strat. But if you don't want to do that, if you ban one of those, then you're giving him access to maybe one of the most consistent decks the game has ever seen. So he is really putting you in a bind for choice. Let's take a look at what Spoker is bringing. And we can
So
see. Oh, no, go ahead, Corn.
with Spoker's list, keep in mind he did bring Brit Poland specifically to counter aggro and frontline. So with that in his repertoire, he's probably going to be looked to ban one of the push lists. It'd be interesting to see what Berto does with this list. Does he's certainly not played against Brit Poland anytime recently. So does he get rid of it, or does he say, there's a reason I haven't seen it recently? So like we said, this Brit Poland list is a not committing too heavily to legions. It's more of an anti-aggro lineup.
Yep.
And then going into go ahead.
The ban phase is going to be a big deal here. I'm sorry for stepping on you going
True.
over the next deck. But the ban phase is definitely looming really large, as you mentioned, because if Berto is thinking, okay, Spoker has an anti-frontline deck, he's going to want me to play frontline. He's definitely coming after one of my push decks. If Berto then just bans the Brit Pol deck, thinking I'm going to have to play frontline, I don't want to play it into that, then Spoker might end up, sort of playing himself into a less than advantageous position. So there's a lot of 4D chess in the ban phase here.
Absolutely. And like we said, just highlighting this German Japan mid range, looking to get some chip damage in and clean up with a burst of fire, and then having the frontline match. And I would have to presume that we will get to see a frontline mirror here.
Yeah, I can't imagine Berto banning it. Perhaps. Let's see if the bans are in. I believe the bans are in. And
Ooh.
yes, Berto actually getting his Brit banned, so we'll have to play frontline as we sort of expected, and then Spoker getting his Brit banned. So Berto saying, "If I'm playing frontline, it's not into that, no, sir." So sort of exactly what we expected here. And the way that this plays out, I think, is maybe in Berto's favor. Sort of understanding the way these decks line up. You know, this is what I have. Spoker brought something directly to counter it, so he's gonna make me play it. So I just have to ban the counter because I know that I'm going to play it, and that's the situation he finds himself in. So it'll be really interesting to see if he can ride that to the final. Like we said, the bans in this matchup, I think, are going to play out huge.
Yeah, great job, Berto, so far in the ban phase. Definitely putting in work, analyzing the decks and taking away the opponent's deck to maximize the efficiency and effectiveness of the decks that he presumes he will get to play.
Yeah, you can absolutely win or lose a match in the ban phase. It is extremely possible. Uh, just the way that the game works, the way that sort of anything works when you have these sorts of lineups, right? Is you're going in a couple different directions. So if one of those directions is completely taken from you, how well you can respond and sort of build without that, or even just to be able to play your lineup when you don't have access to your most comfortable or best deck in that lineup, is definitely a skill and something that I think that is going to definitely be on display in this match.
So let's hop right into it. We are getting the Soviet push versus the frontline match. Definitely a lot of play for Spoker with all of his duresses. Berto could be feeling safe behind some guards, and then all of a sudden, his HQ is exposed.
Yeah, the M10s looming large for that same exact reason. I do think we will have to have a talk with Berto about perhaps maybe putting a card back, any card back on any deck.
True. I mean, he is
Just one.
not dressing up for his visit to Washington.
True. Standing in front of Memorial Hall wearing jeans with holes in them, taking a long time to really think about his mulligan here. The days of chocolate boys are long gone, so he is not concerned with that winter warfare.
The one observer core is going to be great. Only running one of the list and getting to use it right away.
Yeah, one of the only turn ones going first that Berto maybe could have had there. Or I'm sorry, going second without a unit from Spoker on turn one. Turn three Glamour Boys is not something he's going to be angry about.
Berto
It'll be
probably turning the lamp on so he can read his cards a little bit better.
true. It'll be interesting to see this. This is going to maybe develop a little slowly here, I think, as Berto tries to create sort of his defensive shell, and Spoker with a pretty good start here. I don't know that Berto is going to be so worried about Sherman draw he will burn his first Red Dawn. So it's very likely that Spoker is going to get some turn four Sherman draw, which the frontline player rejoices in.
Yeah, especially with him going first. I mean, turn three, he will get the Glamour Boy down. Oh, and
He does.
he just says, no greyhounds for you.
Very interesting play. Spoker maybe even taken a little aback by that. I would have to imagine that Skytrain is the move here. I don't know why you would throw away an M10 suppress, and I don't think that you would use a Hellcat without its blitz. But definitely using his time wisely here to sort of maybe think out his future turns and maybe think out what Berto's future turns are. But yeah, you have to imagine the Skytrain going to be the only logical play here. You love a golden Skytrain, going to spawn only golden units. Makes you feel rich.
And thinking about Berto deciding to burn a red Dawn there, there's a good possibility he was worried about the Greyhound getting buffed by a 99th coming in, and take it out while you still can. Could have been his thought process.
A great point. And that turn 3 Glamour Boys, we all knew you're not getting that discounted Glamour Boy and not shoving him down. But it's a good information for Spoker too, right? He knows exactly what Observer Core was used on, right? He's not dreading, oh man, did he draw GPW in his opening hand? Did he throw it on that for a more efficient combo in the future? He, doesn't need to worry about that now. Knows it was put on a Glamour Boy, knows the Glamour Boy's already out.
The mystery's gone.
The mystery is gone.
Bringing the Skytrain up to the front, saying, "This front line is mine, and I will fight tooth and nail." And then says, so his Skytrain can get traded out by the Glamour Boy, but Spoker will retain possession of the front line.
Definitely an interesting play. You wonder if 2 units in the front line might have been enough, but obviously the 1/1 is dead to a lot of sickles that Berto could have plenty of. So Spoker really, really prioritizing his Sherman draw. He's got 3 units in the front line, obviously, like we just said, moving the Skytrain up. So you can tell he would really like to pull this draw off. Berto getting the Skytrain ready for the trade, I would imagine. So he's probably going to attack with that Glamour Boy, perhaps thinking about what to do with his 2 credits. But I would imagine this is a great just stiff upper lip and trade turn for Berto.
I would like to see him trade and then draw last. I think drawing last.
Team draw last.
Team
Yeah.
draw last right here. Take away a lot of the agonizing thought. Oh, Berto is just on frontline patrol. He's on
Two
patrol.
red dawns. 2 red dawns used so far.
Berto kind of seems to be a little cautious, maybe too cautious with all of this removal.
He still isn't in the I have to use GPW boat yet, right? He has 2 red dawns, so red dawn, push. He can still get there. He's not in the GPW or bust box quite yet.
This strategic bombing on curve will be nice to set Berto back an extra turn too, if that's what Spoker decides on.
Yeah, and at this point now he's getting double damage on some guards here, getting that 3 damage on 2 different Glamour Boys, a little more valuable. If it was only 1 Glamour Boy, he might have decided to greed it out a little bit, but I think this is definitely the right move here, especially with the credit drop.
Although if he commits to the strat bomb for the credit tempo, he could be giving up the front line if Berto wants to advance these glamorous boys.
Yeah, and even if that did happen, Spoker obviously could take it back with the Sherman, but he would have to spend 4 to do so. Obviously, the majority of a turn 7, so that tempo play could loom pretty large. Corsun's really nice here. Not quite enough to play it though. 1 credit short. Briansk also nice.
Berto showing that he prefers to draw first.
Does prefer it.
Not the worst in this situation. Berto saying that, guys, my lip is very stiff. Give me all the cards in my deck, please.
And another big thing from that strategic bomb is that it keeps Berto away from 7 credits, which is another turn that Spoker can play without the threat of the board wipe. normally without that strategic bomb, right, any board that he creates on this turn would be the first board subject to Berto's ability to throw down his combo of Monsoon Rot and Winter Warfare, wiping Berto's entire board, which can be devastating against frontline. Obviously, an extremely board-based deck.
Be interesting to see how Spoker navigates this turn, knowing that Berto's deck is full of removal. Does he commit too much? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you wouldn't throw a 164th up with your extra dollar here. Yeah, and he's eyeing it now. The Greyhound's not a terrible play, obviously, either. But either, I don't really know why you hold back this one credit. Especially since, as we went over, we know that Berto cannot board wipe next turn. It's just too expensive. And now Berto faced with a place where the Naval Brigade into that injured Sherman is not a bad play whatsoever. Takes the Naval, values his guards.
We're just going to see a big body thrown up there.
Yeah, Spoker, I think, would really like to find another Sherman. It's got a lot of smaller, quick stuff right now in his hand with the 2 164s and the Greyhound, and even the Hellcat, really.
Berto's hand is pretty full with
Pretty thick.
two by the swords. He may want to try to get some room for some future potential draw off of those. And he'll
take his first board clear here. Spoker probably stoked to sort of execute that with the 8/8. Puts that one giant unit out there, kind of forces Berto's hand without having to lose too many resources to the board wipe. But again, not drawing a Sherman yet, so he is stuck with sort of some low munitions here in his front line.
True. Berto using a lot of his early removal, including some Red Dawns, isn't being punished too quickly. Spoker could change some Sherman draw. He could really hold Berto up against the ropes.
Also, sort of interesting what Berto maybe can glean from this turn. Spoker, if he had Sherman draw, would probably slam it down. The fact that he is not, and the fact that he is obviously not going to take any Sherman draw on this turn because he doesn't have any, probably cues Berto in a little bit to the fact that that is the case. So that might allow Berto to play maybe a little bit more aggressive, maybe try to get one of those big guards into the front line.
You know what time it is. It could be Mr. Studio Girl time.
Yeah, that would honestly be a pretty great play as well. And then maybe the 4/3 that has lost guard into the front line would be a nice play. Of course, using the 1/1s to trade into each other if you stole one, but instead goes for a Winter Warfare, which is interesting. I thought he might wait for another Monsoon Rot. He does have Depths of Winter coming eventually, right?
He's gonna use Mr. Studio Girl to take the Greyhound to trade into the M10 and have another effective board wipe turn.
And that does look like a very great line.
And all of a sudden, Spoker says, "Oh no, Berto choosing to play against."
I like that. It's take the front. Like I said, possibly what he's gleaning is that Spoker did not have the Shermans. He establishes his own front line and says, now I hope you start drawing them, pal. I hope they're in your hand and they're just painful. Herman ashes in your mouth.
Yeah, and we are seeing the downside of these
Barely gets that in.
duresses. The duresses are, pretty good card when you have the front line and you're trying to push face, but when you don't have the front line, they're kind of, they're a good card, but you can't use them to pressure face.
Yeah, suppressing, I think, the Greyhound here so that the Hellcat can value trade. Really, really great that Berto was able to steal a buffed Greyhound, which makes that Hellcat value trade just awful, throwing a Hellcat into a Greyhound. He's
Oh
got
man,
no units and 2 duresses, and he knows that 5-5 is coming to tell him what's up. So this is not looking good for Spoker.
you could probably say that Spoker is under duress right now. With 2 duresses, he
I
might
really
be.
thought he would burn one for the Hellcat value trade. I understand against Soviet, like I don't think we've seen all the sickles yet, right? And obviously Berto is holding that already as well, so plenty of ways to take it out, but at least make him spend something on it. What are these
Oh
duresses
no,
doing for
there's
you
the
otherwise? And like we said, the Sherman's coming to work late.
Spoker might as well pull up the encyclopedia, read what it says to do in this situation, and he does.
It says
It
scoop
says
and he
surrender. It
scoops.
says scoop. Spoker says, "You know what? That skirmish is looking pretty fun right about now. I might want."
Another big win for Push undefeated, Push 3-0, and the caster reign of terror over this tournament continuing. We will see how Spoker pivots here. Do we see the frontline mirror match because Spoker knows what he has to play against and knows that he can line the mirror match up if he wants it? Yep, that's exactly what we get. Strap in one of the oldest tales in cards.
Washington versus Washington, and
The
Berto
mirror
with
match of frontline.
a
Berto would go first.
no non-standard card back too.
Oh, we're in, baby. We're in.
Berto's
You
looking
know,
kind of fancy.
Berto's had this deck for at least more than 2 weeks because we have a card back.
Yes. All right, so Spoker's mindset going into this is, let's do the frontline mirror. I haven't had too much experience with this particular German Japan mid range list that he's running. I'd have to lean on it being a little less favored versus frontline. It depends on the role, on the how much early anti-aggro tools it pools. Certainly, it could shut down frontline if it draws well, but I think he's choosing to run frontline, and then see how the German deck goes against frontline if he can pull out a win here.
And we already start to see some of the frontline mirror sort of tech or strat. We see Berto not taking the front line, going first with his 1-1 blitz unit, holding that back because he knows that the value trade and missing his buff is not the greatest for him, especially going first. Ooh, that's sort of a big duress. Spoker finding a really nice early use for that this game instead of them clogging his hands so much last game. Sort of interesting as well. We saw Berto throw back a Stars and Stripes in his mulligan. Spoker does not run one, only runs a Strat Bomb. So a slight difference in the way that they
Ooh,
have their
man.
decks built. Getting 99 value
99.
this early when you went second is huge. I have to
Yeah,
imagine he takes it.
and think about this. Spoker finds in the Navy next turn, he could just have this Red Devils win him the game right now.
Especially with another 164th to further the frontline presence. I would like to see the 99th play. You could also go Red Devils into the front line and the 164th, really try to take the front line. Spoker knows that he went second, so like he is going to have a harder time establishing it this game. So if he can establish it early, that could be huge. If he does 99th and then make the trade, he would put himself at risk of that Pathfinders. But a Red Devils usually doesn't trade. You want them to spend that extra credit. So going face definitely makes sense.
That
Make him
164th
spend the extra money.
to the front line could also, when you're playing front line, you want to have as many units in the front line, especially in the mirror, so you could throw another one up there. But he
And
chooses
honestly, that
4 damage.
you're right. That might have been more advantageous than that 4 damage to face. We did just talk about going second and trying to establish that front line. It's going to be more difficult for you. The RNG and
if
the
this
cards
was
have
not
played out.
If this was not a Red Devils with that passive effect, he could trade Pathfinders. However, just laying down the Schützen is going to be pretty intimidating. That Schützen's just standing there menacingly, trying to trade out that Red Devils next turn. And if this
Okay,
PIR
thinking
buff
about
could hit the Red Devils, that would be
a 1 in 3 PIR would be huge here.
that'd be one of the PIR pools of all time.
But it's at the end of his turn, so he has to go for it in a manner that is a complete risk. He cannot make sure if the PIR buff goes anywhere else, that unit is going to get chewed up and spit out by a Schützen, which is obviously going to go veteran right away. Killing a 4/4 with your 4/5 Schützen is very, very optimal.
I'd like to see the 164th to the front line and then have the Red Devils make a trade. Oh, and he says, "I'm." Oh, do you think he's bluffing in the Navy?
That's true. He does have in the Navy, and Berto does know that single copy again.
Berto might be sweating about. Oh, and he just
Nope.
takes it. He just says,
My pores are clean, and the PIR went on the worst possible unit for you. Sorry about it. That's a big Sherman.
"The in the Navy bluff did not
Did
work."
not work out. He has to take the Sherman draw here because this might be his last turn with the front line. And that 5/5 in the front line is huge. So I have to imagine we see the PIR moved up and the Sherman to draw. You could maybe go German Sherman to the front line and get be ready to play with your 35T, but he's
there's
definitely
a
thinking about the
possibility.
Pathfinders as well.
There's a possibility of Red Devils 164th Greyhound, trying to just clog the front line.
And perhaps maybe trying to get the 35T ready because he needs something to be able to take out that Pathfinder. PIR
Wow.
coming back. You
know
gotta
what?
imagine that 5/5 is going up, and that's going to be no, the German Sherman with the extra PIR hit is going to be able to trade that out. Really nice for Spoker that happened.
Playing the Sherman last turn would have been pretty risky with the PIR at veteran stage right now.
The Pathfinder, he could have got his Sherman back, but now he might not draw again. We'll have to see. He's got 2 good trades here, though, and can take the front line, take the Pathfinders out. I have to imagine that's what he does. 2 very valuable trades here. He'll put the 35T down first to get the 0 op cost, and that will leave Berto with just a Sherman.
Spoker here is running the alternative art for combined arms, showing that he got the battle pass. And it's gold. Spoker is one card off a full golden hand right now. But can he
Another great
find a
play for Spoker as well. The 164th to kill the PIR will put the Greyhound at 2-4, obviously, which is another. Yeah, he chooses to take this line. Gonna bust the combined arms as well. Nope, holds back the combined arms. We just go to a nice simple 2-4, which helps us trade out the Pathfinders, which was pretty annoying. Now we're starting to cook. We've got frontline, we've got blitz. Another big Schutzen for Berto, though. Schutzen and then frontline Sherman would not be a terrible play. Obviously, the PIR getting that buff makes that a easy trade.
You know, in the mirror, Berto having 2 Schützens to Spoker having none could be a big deciding factor in him being able to deal with the front line.
They've certainly benefited him already. Spoker with 2 Devil's Brigades that he hasn't seen, which I believe different from Berto. And no Devil's Brigades from Berto, so there's some slight differences. I would say Children are better than the Red Devils. It's matchup. Obviously, it's maybe matchups might be better off with the Devil's Brigade. Maybe you can get that double trade on turn 4 and really save your neck. Ooh, a Pathfinder's draw for Spoker. That's going to line up perfectly on the damaged Sherman.
I would like to point out that that clock ticking was a spectator bug, I believe, and not actually Berto using that much amount of time. But like you said, that Pathfinder's top deck is a great play if Berto didn't have M10 immediately available to suppress it.
Still really nice, though. 2 damage from hand to take out a Sherman. Nothing to sneeze at. Spoker now able to build himself a frontline as well. It's been a very swingy game, very teeter-tottery with the amount of frontline that both players have really been able to establish. Spoker going second in a frontline mirror, having as much frontline presence as he's had has been impressive.
Yeah, and this board looks pretty good for him, but once that Schützen comes down, it's going to look a lot less good for Spoker.
235 Ts with plenty of infantry as well for Berto, so he's got some mobility. What could we see this hand for? 8, we could see the Schutzen for 5 to kill the PIR, and then perhaps a 3 left for the M10 to silence the Pathfinders. But maybe just thinking about
No, that sounds pretty good.
the 35 Ts and how he could maybe get it later, but no, yeah, does go 35 T here. And just goes a little wide.
Oh,
Probably wanted the buff on
whoa.
Pathfinders. Schützen
Berto
going back
saying,
is max.
Berto probably saying, I'd love to get this Schützen back in hand.
Yeah, that is beautiful for Berto. But starting to chain some Shermans here for Spoker, which is a huge deal. 235 Ts himself as well. So Spoker now also holding mobility and draw. Plenty of US units to keep those Shermans churning. Is just going to do it right now. A backline full of tanks. This would be a rough Stars and Stripes to take, or even a strap bomb. Berto having both, not drawing them though, so safe for now. Hellcat, an interesting pickup here, could help Berto get a decent value trade out of the Red Devils there. for
Yeah, he could
5, which
choose
would leave
to
him with 4.
blitz the Hellcat down and get rid of the Pathfinders with that as well.
A lot of interesting moves. Obviously, we talked about Berto using the M10 to silence, or I'm sorry, to suppress the Pathfinders before. Not only would it be great now, it would also take care of the buff as well, turning it back to just a lowly 2-2, which is what we see. And we take it out. And that is a beautiful 4-1 into a 4-4 trade for Berto if he can get it. How many 164s have we seen from Spoker? At least, I believe, 3. So if he's carrying a 4th, which I'm sure he is, he would have to have it. Does
Yeah,
not.
looking at the state of the game though, Berto, has the board right now. But Spoker, if he can lock Berto out of Sherman draw, could attrition Berto and win this mirror.
What's really interesting right now is that 8-8 still looming, right? Because we have 2 Shermans, and then we have the M10 to take out one of those Shermans. And we had the Hellcat, but a really nice value trade by Spoker. Obviously not going to waste one of his 4-4s on that. The German Sherman as well is going to be a big swingy play for Spoker, I would imagine. And a combine arms so that we are not trading 4-4s for 4-2s. That's nice for Berto. Really good play by Spoker as well, knowing the Schutzen is in hand. So by putting out that big 6 damage unit, he's not afraid of the Schutzen that turn.
Oh man, nice 5th Rangers pool to trade 8/8s.
The teeter-totter continues to teeter and totter.
Teeter totter, Spoker, Berto playing in a Washington mirror.
This is a big turn for Spoker, and he knows it. He senses it.
Moment of tension as he
For my money, gets a little wild. Gets a little controversial. All right.
says,
Gonna
"You
get
know what?"
some draw out of it as well.
He says, "Here's a Schützen target for you. Please take it." And Berto
Yeah.
might deny it. Decline.
Schutzen target he does not care about. I don't think Berto has not sniffed a Sherman yet.
Yeah, and he's been sniffing pretty hard.
Been circling his deck like a bloodhound. Just can't find one.
He probably knows that it's at least 3 cards away, with that powerful sniff that he has.
Oh, he
But
knows.
yeah,
A lot of directions here for Berto as well.
does he accept the Schützen offer? No.
He does not.
So he says,
Instead, going back to the another 8-8 in the front line, and suddenly Spoker's play looking great as he now has a 5th Rangers to take out Berto's second 5th Rangers. Ooh, the Strat Bomb. Strat Bomb very good because Berto is got Spoker playing from his back line. So if he can continue to do that to lay in a devastating Strat Bomb, again, the swing potential is huge.
yeah,
Devil's
and we
Brigade is a great draw as well. Devil's Brigade could take out 2 units here and live, which would be very valuable. 1 credit short, unfortunately, of 5th Rangers and Devil Brigade for the board clear. Spoker would love that, but just $1 short.
it's gonna get eaten up by the Strat Bomb. He could choose to kill the Greyhound to prevent a Sherman draw.
And there it is. Berto had to get one eventually. Spoker doesn't take out the US unit. Berto could even strap bomb with the draw. He'll obviously draw first. And now Berto's machine starting to roll.
Yeah, it looked pretty favorable for Spoker for a little bit, but Berto played very well to get himself into this dominant position.
Ooh, a big Sherman now for a Spoker. I have to imagine we're going to see 20 Panzergun. We're going to see the German Sherman. We're going to
Skytrain is
get,
nice.
yeah, an extra 1-1 on our combined arms by throwing out our fighter. And make a trade with a 5-5 on a 4-4. So that's real nice. And now Spoker tries to set up his Sherman draw for next turn. And the 20 Panzergun the other direction.
A lot of people have a lot of bracket results on the line right here, and they're watching the result teeter-totter back and forth.
So much teeter, so much totter. And with this, Berto hoping to take the front line for the last time, deny the rest of the Shermans and Spoker's deck, enable his own, although currently he's not holding a single US unit. And finally pull off that Blitzkrieg that has been just getting warm in his palm.
Wow. Strong position for Berto.
Absolutely. And the 99th as well in Spoker's hands next to Worthless. Berto has taken charge of this game and he is not going to give it up.
Some people
Thinking
may
about
say
face damage or the trade,
Berto
takes
was
the
playing
face.
very conservatively and did miss lethal this turn. However, it's not going to matter in the long run. Just brownie points from Jking, who watches his friend, who he predicted to lose round one, escape with another one. You know, despite matchups, deck lists, and a few lethal misses here or there. But the finger gun king will advance, most likely.
Yeah, both finger guns are shooting today. Spoker thinking about the value trade. It's really not going to end up mattering here, but he has to try to live as best he can. Throws everything he has out. Well, holds the 99th back, but again, not quite going to matter.
We haven't
Blitzkrieg
seen
only
in the
takes
Navy.
Berto to 7. He has not seen in the Navy. That's true. Bluffing in the Navy again.
Berto might have become complacent against in the Navy. But is there a way for Spoker to win without immediately losing to the Schützen next turn? He's going to have to find a double Blitzkrieg.
Yep, and that'll be Berto's whole turn. Knows that basically any unit that is moved to the front line is lethal with the Schützen. But you can see that this lethal is getting a little more difficult, so that missed lethal, no joke. Spoker very intelligently throws up a 6-6.
Gonna save the Devil's Brigade pink. Blitzkrieg isn't helping anyone. Berto might be punished for missing lethal. Imagine that.
Yeah, this is getting
Oh,
tenuous.
Spoker can do 10 damage next turn, right? Oh, not now. He could have. He could have.
Of course, he
if
could.
Berto
Yeah,
didn't make that trade.
he could have
Oh
also top
man,
decked a Blitzkrieg for exact lethal as well.
This match is the definition of teeter and totter.
Oh my goodness. Now Berto truly drawing dead.
Berto Burrito missing lethal against Spoker, and Spoker saying, "Thank you, Mr. Finger Gun Man. I will see you in round 3."
Yeah, what a game by Spoker to not get to turn, to not surrender maybe when it was looking bleak. He plays the whole way back and absolutely punishes Berto for the only mistake that he made all day.
Wow.
Now
What
Berto's going to
a
have to go right back to frontline against Spoker's German deck.
Let's see what this German deck can do. I'm excited. As they're getting into it, Berto showing that he's quite adept on the push lists, but when it comes to frontline lethals, he can slip up a little.
Right. So Spoker has a lot of early tools. He's got the two TK earlies and 2 cavalry regiments. We see 1 TK early in his hand. So I have to imagine he's going to mulligan for a couple of those early tools. Yet probably doesn't want that Take Liberty. Probably does want to hold on to the Southern plan. Actually
Full
does
keep.
hold on to the Take Liberty. Yeah, full
Full
keep.
keep. Wow.
And this is a very scary deck for Berto to go against, knowing that he's playing against that Burst of Fire. As Jking mentioned, I believe in our pre-show, that Burst of Fire can really scare anybody. Just able to put out a ridiculous amount of damage, and you have to worry about it as soon as that first fighter comes out. There's not going to be any guard in a U.S. frontline deck. There's no we can do it, so there's not going to be any health. He's already getting some chip damage, so scary stuff here from Spoker immediately.
I haven't played this list too much, or not too familiar with it, but that does seem like a non-ideal full keep.
A buffed Red Devils is great. Berto's loving that. That's the kind of start he needed.
Yeah, for those people who had Berto winning 2-0 in their brackets, they're gonna have to hope for just a 2-1. You know,
Yeah, I'm sure thousands of brackets got busted with that last result.
some
See,
people might be calling for an investigation into that missed lethal.
go with a Skytrain play here, pretty nice. And I can't. Yeah, you gotta. If you kept Southern Plan and you didn't turn for a Southern Plan, that would be truly buck wild.
Buck wild indeed.
For a back on 3, holding 2 M10s. Throw up a 35T as well. 35T into a good TK early trade would not be terrible. If Spoker wants to spend 4 next turn just to clear the Red Devils with both of his draw boys, I think that is something Berto would take. Yeah, no, instead going to say, please do that anyway for even less efficiency. Oh, I didn't see the Schutzen in Spoker's hand.
You
Not
spoker.
playing in his front line, but he's playing it in his Germany. And here it comes big.
Yeah, but it might be a little bit too late. Despite the Southern plan, Berto has quite the board presence.
Not
And he's
going to
only
take
gonna
his
add to
Sherman.
it.
Going to take, the tempo play here. I really like to get that on 35T.
And
But
this
again, a
board
nice
looks too good.
thick front line. He's going to get another unit from Skytrain as well. So even if Spoker is able to deal with both US units in the front line, Berto will be able to draw without risking a Skytrain. And this makes Take Lib such a weird card as well, because if your opponent isn't Shermaning, you don't want to necessarily take Lib while they have the front line and put Shermans into their hands. So
None of these cards really helping Spoker.
yeah, perhaps next turn that MEBF could come into play and maybe get him a little draw and a little bit of turn extension. But right now, Berto does have to keep that front line up, though. Spoker getting a 5-4 into the front line would be a thorn in Berto's side for sure. So yeah, we'll see. Double front line move and Berto flush with cards.
Berto got the board and the hand. Spoker wishing that Take Lib also removed units from the board. Kind of Bletchley Park-esque. But unfortunately, it doesn't.
Berto's hand is huge. I would not be surprised to see the Take Lib here. But it looks as though Spoker is going to wait on that and try to get some. No, that is exactly what we're doing.
Well,
All right,
Spoker,
huge take lib for Spoker here. Berto putting that was that 8-9 cards.
yeah, he's probably looking for Comet here. Comet and Burst of Fire as potential outs.
Drawing into honorable death. Really nice to take care of that Sky Chain, which was just going to continue to pump out frontline grabbers.
Honorable
Not sure
Death
if he wants
isn't.
to do it though, and chooses to. Perhaps was considering maybe holding it back and using his tank to kill the infantry in the front line, but I don't really see how that would have been anywhere advantageous to what he did do.
It is worthy to note that Take Lib did take the Strat Bomb out of Berto's hand, so Berto can't Strat Bomb or Stars and Stripes when it would be pretty juicy to do so. Moment of tension as Berto on 6 credits, thinking about Burst of Fire, planning his moves. What is he about? What is he up to?
99th on to the 164th, and then trading into the Schutzen would not be a bad play. Instead, chooses to just make some valuable trades and further his presence on the board. Dragon Slayer, very interesting card here. Berto's threat assessment is going to, definitely flag that. Knows he's playing Burst of Fire. Doesn't have it, but obviously that's unknown to Berto.
Yeah, and you can't really risk playing Dragon Slayer and hoping for a Burst of Fire top deck next turn. It's definitely going to get traded out at a tempo loss.
Right, but that might be what Spoker needs to buy him some time. Although Hipper is going to help him with that as well. Berto, you can see, just got take libbed, but his hand is still huge. Right back to huge hand.
Yeah, excuse me. The hypo is going to be decent here. Giving some Spoils of War is pretty nice to be able to find your win conditions to try to snatch victory from the jaws of frontline.
Rangers wouldn't be a bad play to take out the 2-4. Could then move up Greyhound and 99th it. However, the Schutzen would be able to take a huge chunk out of that 6 health unit, and the bomber would finish it off. So maybe not the greatest play
No,
as the numbers add up.
true. I think taking out the Heinkel would make some sense here.
I'm sure Berto wants to get some of his own draw. So he wants to occupy that front line. So he is instead just going to take it with the draw boys. Draw boys will draw themselves.
Spoker's position is okay if he can get some burst damage out. Let's see what he can find from these draws. Nothing too good. The 20 Panzer Grenadier looks like the best option. Although the Type 93 into a huge autocannon play could deal 7 damage to put Berto down to 7 if he would
I'm
have
not sure
gone
why
that
you
route.
would consider giving him that Rangers back. I would think that taking the buff off of the draw boys, sending them back to hand, and then trading, and then just taking the board or the front line would be the optimum play here. Yep, that's what he chooses to go for. I would honestly maybe, well,
No, you're taking
Yeah.
3 damage here, probably. Now, if
yeah,
he
the,
can
the
find the
thought crossed
comet,
my mind to frontline the plane, but too easy for Berto to trade out.
if he can find comet, that makes this a little bit more interesting.
Does already have Berto on 10 health. Even just burst of fire on the MEBF is starting to get frightening. I mean, it's already frightening, taking down to 2 health.
Yeah,
But of course, Berto could easily throw out a blitzkrieg turn out of nowhere as well. So both players really not in comfortable positions.
comet burst of fire at any point should be on Berto's mind. The game is no longer in his hands. It's really on the algorithm for drawing.
Gotta suspect. Yep, we just see Berto make these trades. Or two, of course, took the front line that turn. At the beginning of the turn, it didn't have an attack.
I have to imagine that if Spoker could see Berto's hand not having a blitzkrieg, this turn might play out a little bit different, but he can't allow too many units to occupy the front line. Not knowing that there's no blitzkrieg in hand. And don't look now, but Spoker is trying to make this very interesting.
Not a lot of help there from what he was able to look and draw. Ooh, a good Pathfinders.
There's
Berto
also
could frontline the strap bomb also would be very nice. One credit short of strap bomb Pathfinder, which would be perfect. A lot of directions this turn could go here, including just taking the front line, using Sherman, and then using Pathfinders. The buff on the bomber is really big. It's gonna get buffed again if it's able to attack again and go to a 3-4, which is getting pretty annoying. But it also just prevents it, or I'm sorry, enables it to trade into that Pathfinders. So throwing Pathfinders down without killing it is not gonna happen. And Berto will just German Sherman for it.
interesting decision.
I like that. I think he's also setting up a big Stars and Stripes. The thing about it is if he's going to have enough time for it. But by taking the front line and forcing Spoker to only deploy backline for a couple turns, he might be able to finagle his way into a really nice strategic bomb.
Excited to see what the spoils finds. Can we get a burst of fire? Can we get a comet?
Ooh. The 3-turn clock. Berto is gonna need a blitzkrieg.
Definitely less than 3 turns with that auto cannon in hand.
That's true.
What?
All right, it's a speechless moment from us at the commentary team. We will continue to try to collect ourselves. I mean, he takes the
What?
front line against U.S. front line, but I think that
I
there might
say
have been
once
a more
again,
direct approach.
what? That Comet could have he had 2 turns to win. I feel like Spoker was very afraid of a blitzkrieg from Berto. When he watches this back, he's gonna be kicking himself. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. He has that Y on his card back, only for me to ask him why. I know it's not a Y, but it looks like one.
Aaron's gonna yell at you now.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me being out of touch with this this list. Some players, maybe Jking's over there saying now. This was actually the correct line.
Whoa, is that Jking? Oh, sorry, I thought I heard him on my mic.
Oh no, that was my impersonation.
Ah,
Man, Spoker says, I'd like to continue the teeter-totter match. Wow. And I say once more, wow.
yeah,
And
big strap bomb to take out the autocannon. Berto's health total getting so low though that maybe it might not matter. Schützen is really big here, and yeah, now we're gonna see some pretty large planes that
ooh,
I don't really know how Berto's gonna deal with. I mean, he's gonna have to throw both these units into the 101 and Hellcat it, right?
man, I am on the edge of my seat. Spoker, you give Spoker some life and he'll take your life. No mercy. And Spoker's not looking to throw Miss Lethal by any means. He is looking to take this match and to cement himself as the first finalist of the first OCC of January, sending Berto back to the caster desk and say, study up, because it's
And that's it. That Schützen 35T. Exact 5.
oh
Of course,
man.
it didn't matter because he also had a tank, but I was excited he drew the 35T. I was looking more at his draw. I apologize. But yes, excellent games from Spoker there. Able to win with a, let's say, controversial play. Some
Oh man.
people may like the line, may like
Ooh,
the versatility and the utility,
Spoker.
but I
Spoker.
would wager to guess that that was Spoker's match.
Ooh.
Comment or no comment. Certainly it was no comment, but
Wow. Spoker taking Brit Poland to the finals
that's
without
true.
having to play it.
Without
Man,
having to play it, we have Brit Poland in the finals. But yeah,
man.
absolutely incredible match from both players. Big congratulations to Spoker moving on to a what is I got to imagine a huge final for him and an excellent tournament showing. I'm sure he is very proud, and he definitely should be. Let's look back at our bracket. Now we have Bubbles and Yet It Moves, who both moved on from their first round matchup, now colliding in the second. The winner to go on and face Spoker. We will throw to Starry and Jking and get ready for that match.
Thank you so much, Thanatron. Yeah, that was quite a match. Jking correctly pointing out that Berto did miss lethal, and there were some points where we didn't think that it would bite him, but it ended up being a pretty huge swing there, and Spoker kind of just commanded the game from there on out. But yeah, any words?
I mean, it really goes to show you just how important every single piece of damage is in the game. It's not like Berto missed some massive combo that would have ended the game. He lost the game by a single point of damage. And there was a couple cards in his deck at the end he could have drawn to maybe win, but that's just the way it turns out. And I have to say, Spoker is very quickly rising through the ranks of my favorite players. That choice to not pick the Comet. I know that Thanatron and Cornguy were definitely a fan of the Comet line, and I think there's a very good argument for both. I don't think either is an objectively correct decision, but just the strength of mind to pick the Type 93 and go for that line in a tournament where your tournament life is on the line. You're relatively the front line has a lot of cards in hand. A blitzkrieg could end you very quickly, and just making that decision, not quickly, he thought it through. He made the decision that he thought was best, and it worked out for him. I'm very impressed with Spoker's play.
All right, well, excited to get us into Innocent Bubbles versus And Yet It Moves. And first up, I'm going to take a look at Innocent Bubbles, a well-known character in the cards competitive scene. First up, Bubbles has this US Britain ramp list, and it is playing some interesting cards like Night Bombing, something we don't see very often. Then we have a Germany US jet list, playing stuff like War Machine, only even cards to make sure that Jet is 0 operation cost every single time. And lastly, a Britain US Commonwealth ramp list, which is kind of similar to Credit Denial of old, but instead just ramping you up. And then, Jking, I would really appreciate it if you would walk us through And Yet It Moves deck lists going into this next match.
Of course. So once again, And Yet It Moves has a German-Japan deck, which this one is a much more control-oriented deck. Then he has the classic Britain-USA ramp. And last but not least, he has the very, very unique Soviet-Britain Kitty Hawk deck, which is a control deck that I'm very interested to see more of.
Yes, Kitty Hawk is cute. So, yeah, I mean, thinking about bans, so Bubbles is going to have that Commonwealth deck banned out from under him, and then Yet It Moves is losing the Alpenfestung Toyama Regiment control list. Very interesting choice from Bubbles. Why do you think Bubbles decided to ban that list?
So out of all of And Yet It Moves' decks, I think the German deck is the most proactive, and Bubbles' lists are all quite slow. Other than the German one's a bit faster, but particularly that US deck is a bit slow. So he wants something that's going to sit back and ramp, and his decks are built a bit heavier with the intention of doing well into these control decks. So I think that Soviet deck from And Yet It Moves is going to struggle to get through. And just the German deck would have offered too many annoying possibilities against these ramp decks with cards like FW, where comes down a bit sooner than you'd like, and being a 5/5 fighter, it does not line up well into the bombers of these ramp decks.
Yeah, I think you make a great point. I think that when every card in your deck is gas, which is kind of what these German Japan decks are designed to do, and a lot of it is high-end gas, like I think And Yet It Moves is playing stuff like Schwalbe. It can be difficult with the ramp deck to compete with that because you're drawing cards like War Machine late into the game where not every card that you draw is going to be relevant. And so trying to fight against a deck where every card is gas can be difficult, especially when that gas is proactive, like you were saying. And so we're going to see the first match is And Yet It Moves on the Brit US ramp list into Bubbles US Brit ramp list. Battle of the ramp lists. Any particular favorite for you, Jking?
I think Bubbles' list is heavier. So if it's just units into units, Bubbles will eventually come out. However, Britain just has a better set of elite cards. They have a better set of utility cards that sort of fit into this big unit package. It's not all about playing big units and attacking them into each other. So And Yet It Moves has some more tempo advantage. However, I still think I would give Bubbles the slight edge just because his deck is a bit heavier and intended to beat decks like And Yet It Moves, more versatile ramp deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, And Yet It Moves deciding that it's better to go directly for the draw instead of holding up an Ultra. Given that Bubbles didn't play a War Machine on turn 2, it's unlikely that they're going to play a War Machine on turn 3. And there's not a whole lot of relevant 3-drop uh, 3-drop orders in Bubbles' deck. However, if Bubbles is playing in Hour of Need, I'm not 100% sure about that. I should double check. But that is something that you could consider ultraing.
Now, I'm not a huge fan of this choice by any edit moves of just holding up the Ultra, pushing Honey, because now you're making Bubbles 100% certain that Ultra is in hand. Whereas if you
True.
even just kept the Honey in the support line, it could be read as he just doesn't have anything better to do on 4
Yep.
credits, doesn't want to move up the Honey and risk it being taken out easier, but the benefit of restricting what Bubbles is able to do comes at the cost of losing the ambiguity of whether or not Ultra is in hand. So you're losing the likelihood that Ultra is going to hit something very big.
Yeah, especially if Innocent Bubbles plays 5th Rangers, which, yeah, Innocent Bubbles plays 3 of. You could absolutely read holding Honey back as, hey, I want this Honey to survive. I don't want you to play a 5th Rangers and just instantly kill it. Like, you're absolutely right that there is some amount of ambiguity.
Now, looking at the hands, and yet it moves, certainly has the more immediately stronger hand. It's a hand that has some threats. It's a hand that has the Monsoon supply combo to take out an entire board. It has a bit of refill with the Sincerely Yours and the Ultra, of course, to block Bubbles' hand of predominantly orders.
Yeah, and it looks like Bubbles was testing for Ultra there, as it probably, if you didn't expect Ultra to be there, it probably made more sense to play something like War Bonds.
I think I would have preferred to see Ultra tested for with the supply shortage, because looking at Bubbles' hand, it's already looking a little small compared to And Yet It Moves, and these War Bonds do draw 1 card each, but it's a delayed draw, and this is not going to be a match where either player is likely to roll over the other one. It's going to be a very, very prolonged game with a lot of unit trading. So having that convoy in hand to just get to 2 cards deeper into your deck, find more cards, find these big units, find these board clears, is going to be better in the long run than I think the value a single supply shortage can offer.
True. I think there's something reasonable to talk about, though, is that And Yet It Moves has already several times this tournament decided to bluff orders, even when, like, you could make better plays. So And Yet It Moves, clearly signaling that he has Ultra. It could be that And Yet It Moves doesn't have Ultra, and if Bubbles just drops a supply shortage on a Pioneer, it's like literally completely wasted. So I think there's some argument to be made that at least Convoy, it's not a huge deal if it gets ultra'd, but if it does go through, like, it is it's obviously quite nice. Whereas, like, if the supply shortage goes through, then you're gonna have to test for ultra again later in the game, and I don't know. But yeah, I do think you're right, though, that it probably makes more sense to use supply shortage, just because it's really, really not impactful in this matchup.
However, Bubbles' hand is looking a lot better now. This Warbond has found him a Monsoon Rot, and he's going to drop a pretty early Monsoon supply. With And Yet It Moves not running Commonwealth, I feel like this might be a little bit too early, because you're not really worried about this Honey drawing cards. You're past the point where Pioneer has gotten its value. It can still get more value, but when And Yet It Moves has 12 credits and a full hand, there's only so much Pioneer can offer. And with your hand being predominantly bombers and your deck being predominantly bombers, the guard from the Glamour Boys is not worth as much. This does lead into the Halifax Wellington being cleared up. Unfortunately, the Halifax was not... unfortunately, this Hellcat was able to come out and take out this Halifax.
Yeah, and And Yet It Moves, and you're sitting on a healthy 37 HQ defense, you much would have rather had that Quartermaster get taken out. than the Hellcat, because eating 4 damage just isn't a big deal here, whereas your opponent using War Bonds to draw a 3 2 this turn and then 1 the next turn is pretty huge.
And this 5th Rangers, although it's going to be taken out by the second Monsoon Rot, is really the big difference when it comes down to this deck. And Yet It Moves does not have these big value generators like 5th Rangers, whereas Bubbles has 3 of them. And with that second Monsoon Rot, and Yet It Moves is out of Monsoon Rots. Now any unit that hits the board is going to have to be dealt with the regular way, with unit trading, or potentially with this Halifax.
Yeah, and Yet It Moves, Halifax seems to be their main win condition, but when a lot of your opponent's units have more than 5 defense, and most of your bombers have roughly 5 attack, it can be rather difficult to get rid of your opponent's threats. I mean,
However,
Halifax isn't
Bubbles-
going to single-handedly get rid of a 5th Rangers.
Bubbles doesn't find another Monsoon Rot and is just going to be overwhelmed by this board. The USAFF or AAF, the fighter that was just taken out by the B-17, prevented any bombers from hitting face. B-17 hits the fighter. Bubbles chooses to leave the Halifax alive, which is going to let this Lancaster trigger.
And
Loses
that's
the 50-50 to
huge.
just win the game, but it does mean that he's going to drop Bubbles to 3 health.
Yeah, these 3 supply priorities are so useless in this matchup. You're really not looking to heal anything, especially because most of your bombers, if they are taking damage, they're gonna die. Like there's very few times where you're gonna find damaged bombers. So you're not getting to repair. You're not really
Bubbles-
getting to.
Bubbles misses the clear. He forgets the. Oh no, I'm sorry. I forgot that unit has 3 operation costs. Never mind. I thought Bubbles was 1 credit short from going for this combo, and was needed to do the triple supply priorities, supply shortage. But Bubbles showing that he's paying, that he's more engaged into this game and more focused in than I am, as the caster does clear the board. However, he's sitting on 3 health, and he does not have any fighters to stop a potential production order, giving a B-24D to just end this game.
Yeah, I mean, Bubbles that had a really nice convoy into Glamour Boys draw. The Glamour Boys will at least put Bubbles at 7, but as you said, and Yet It Moves still has 1 very important out, which would be production order into B-24D. But Devil's Brigade is not it, and Yet It Moves is struggling on resources. The Churchill doesn't hit those bombers, and Bubbles needs just a couple of turns here to swing the game completely back. It's gonna be a race. And Yet It Moves find the production order before Bubbles.
And Bubbles finds second Glamour Boys, and that's going to put him up to 11. And I just don't think there's a way in Yet It Moves' deck to deal 11 damage.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, the Devil's Brigade plus air power does 3, but you need 4 and then hope for the production order on the next turn. Then again, if Yet It Moves can somehow find himself out of this sticky situation, Bubbles really doesn't have a whole lot of gas left.
I believe Bubbles might have 2 5th Rangers left in the deck, which only 2 units is not a lot. However, these are 2 units that And Yet It Moves no longer has an answer to.
Mm-hmm.
So even just at this point of the game, with And Yet It Moves being down so many resources, a single unit Glamour Boys could be enough. And yet Bubbles using the far less common option on supply priorities to fully repair the units, B-17 and Glamour Boys back to full health, getting a lot of value out of that healing.
Yeah, and this War Bonds is just not particularly helpful. You gotta pop it off to get a second draw on your next turn. But And Yet It Moves is in a not particularly comfortable situation. Less cards in hand, less cards on board, and now less health. Is
And
there anything that And Yet It Moves could draw that could change this game?
I think his best chance was drawing the production order on the previous turn and then just being able to remove one unit a turn at a time, hit the B-17, then hit the Glamour Boys, and then maybe try to be able to go face twice. But with high altitude bombing, Monsoon Rot supply priorities, the B-17's still on board. There's just not... I don't think there's anything And Yet It Moves can do. He's going to draw out maybe a few more cards. He still is technically alive for 2 more turns here, but
Yeah, it's very interesting to see Bubbles go for the supply shortage, saving those supply priorities for the repair to keep that bomber alive so that you guaranteed keep getting in over and over and over again. Keep getting in for that damage.
fully repairs his units once again, making sure that there's no multiple card combo that can potentially take out this B-17. Sexton draw does pin the B-17, keeping And Yet It Moves alive for 1 more turn.
Yeah, and this looks like it's gonna be it. There shouldn't be any card in And Yet It Moves deck that's gonna be able to take down all 3 of those units, and we're gonna see Bubbles take the first victory in this semifinals match.
And I want to take this moment between the 2 games to mention that the KARDS OCC bracket prediction contest, which is a new thing that we have in this tournament. It's if you go to the KARDS Discord, you will see in the battleground section of the KARDS Discord, there's a new channel, OCC bracket prediction, which allows you to submit your fantasy bracket of the top 8. And if you win the contest by correctly predicting each set, you will earn a pack and a draft ticket. So if you haven't done that for this tournament, make sure to keep an eye on it for the next tournament. And at this point, Hair Pun Pun is the only person who has correctly predicted up to this point. However, they predicted Spoker versus And Yet It Moves in the final, with And Yet It Moves taking it. So Hair Pun Pun is hoping for the And Yet It Moves comeback, winning 2-0 against Bubbles' German-US jet deck.
Yeah, my math major brain is failing me. I was trying to quickly calculate how many various lines there could be. Like, for example, I know that in the NBA there's like 4 quadrillion different brackets that you can make, so the odds of anybody actually getting it are basically nil, but it should be reasonable to actually create a correct bracket here.
Yeah, especially with being able to look at the deck lists before submitting, you're able to really show your own knowledge of the game based on matchups. If you are very familiar with the players based on playstyle, if you've been watching a lot of tournaments, you can maybe predict how you think which players are going to do into each other. So it's a really good opportunity to show your skill in the game and in following the tournament scene to win some free loot if you make it.
Yeah, I should specify. I meant NCAA college basketball, not NBA. You guys knew what I meant. But yeah, so we're gonna see Bubbles use this jet prototype list, and Bubbles is the only person that brought a jet prototype list after the nerf. Very interesting to see. What do you think about this deck? You think this deck still has the oomph that it needs to win this matchup?
So what's actually funny about this German-US jet deck is I am largely responsible for this list. I helped Bubbles design his lineup, and this deck specifically is modeled off of a German-US deck, a jet deck that I made following the balance patch. So I think it's good. I think it's fun. However, I do think it has its weaknesses, particularly into these German decks, these German-Japan decks. So fortunately for him, that's not the matchup that he's in, and he actually banned the German-Japan, maybe for this reason in particular. I think Jet into ramp is going to be a much more favorable matchup. So I think he has some pretty good shots here of just out-tempoing the opponent, and the From the Deep going to catch
That's a
Devil's
huge
Brigade.
From the Deep catch. I mean,
And
on
the
one
Jet
hand,
prototype top deck.
that is pretty nice. Getting in, especially before that Glamour Boys can start shutting down Jet. I think that this matchup is really going to come down to can the Glamour Boys effectively stop Jet? Kind of the same way that it was before the balance patch. And Bubbles spent a duress to clear the buff for the Pioneer, which is huge. And I'm not saying that it was the wrong play at all. I think that slowing down a ramp list is, although conservative, pretty important when you're playing the aggressive deck. However, it means that there's one less duress for these Glamour Boys, and that means that you're going to have to clear one more unit. So it's critical decisions like those that are going to decide this match.
There is 3 copies of Duress in this deck, so it was going to be interesting. It was interesting to see whether Bubbles wanted to attack into the Glamour Boys or not. The benefit of attacking is if Glamour Boys, or if the jet would be immediately removed by a card like ASW Patrol. This way you get some value out of it, you lower the health down on the Glamour Boys. However, if you think that you're going to draw a Duress, if you think that you're going to do Panzer H, try to find a Duress, to just remove guard, you want to keep as much health on your jet as possible to avoid dying to something like supply shortage. However, this allows him to just get down the FW, which is a very strong unit in its own right. It doesn't have Blitz, but the 5/5 fighter body is going to be very difficult for any other moves to deal with.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Bubbles go for the War Machine over attacking, but to be fair, you can attack pretty much whenever you want, and the War Machine is obviously more effective the earlier you get it down. And this actually plays around ASW Patrol so nicely! Oh man, blowing up the 3H. So yeah, no, Bubbles play there definitely paid off in spades.
It's always a very nice feeling when you make a play based around a very specific card, and then you see that very specific card get played. It feels very good to be rewarded for how you play the game. And here, Bubbles is going to have an interesting choice of whether or not to commit to the board, because he has not seen any Monsoon Rots, and yet it moves does run 2. But if he commits to the board fully like he's doing currently, if Anyetta moves finds a Monsoon Rot, and he can even convoy if he wants to go for it. However, he's thinking about B24D, just trading out.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of ways for Bubbles to deal 1 damage, if at all. So it seems like behind that Glamour Boys, well, I suppose that the 5th Rangers would trade out with the Glamour Boys, and then the 3H would move up, or vice versa. So yeah, so maybe the Glamour Boys is a more conservative play here.
He does change his mind and go for the convoy, which the Glamour Boys supply shortage, he can trade out with the... Oh, chooses not to trade out. Rather drop the supply priorities to heal back his Glamour Boys from a 3/2 to a 3/7, rather than choosing to trade it into the 5th Rangers to remove it. And honestly, this is a very interesting play, because the 5th Rangers, now it's able to deal its 4 damage, or its 4 attack into a higher health target. However, and yet it moves is creating an additional higher health target by going for this play.
Yeah, very interesting that we're seeing supply priorities being used to repair units. Repair has historically been a pretty overlooked mechanic. Not a lot of decks have really prioritized having cards that repair, and even in these situations, these decks are running that card pretty much for the Monsoon Rot supply priorities combo, in the same way that you run like Monsoon Rot Winter Warfare. But in these mirrors, it's actually been really effective at doing something that it wasn't originally intended to do.
Yeah, just having these such high health units that are really difficult for a single unit to trade out into. A lot of people like to damage the Glamour Boys, play around board clears, and then take them out on a second turn. However, supply priorities being in the list really shuts down this option.
I would have really liked to see Devil's Brigade ping the fighter, trade it out into the 5th Rangers, and attack with the bomber on the Heinkel, because Bubbles' way back into this game is through drawing, especially with Heinkel, and just giving Bubbles an extra draw, I don't think is necessarily worth keeping this Devil's Brigade around.
Yeah, and Bubbles, we haven't seen what cards he's put back on the bottom of his deck. But at this point, he's probably looking for a Leopold, hoping that maybe he can retreat all of these units back to hand and overdraw the B24D, maybe, and yet it moves, potentially even playing around that specific possibility, chooses to dump his entire hand, so even if Leopold were to come out here, it would just immediately be removed again by the B24D, and Bubbles has not anything better to do but just sit back, take damage, lose more control of the board, and yet it moves, draw through the rest of his deck and find these finishers like Halifax.
Yeah, I mean, hitting 2 convoys there is huge, and yet it moves was kind of lacking if Bubbles had a way to clear board, and yet it moves his hand was a little bit weak. But after hitting 2 convoys, I can no longer say the same. That's a huge swing.
And at this point, he just has to. I mean, the double duress allows him to get through Ultra, but he has Jet, but what do you do with Jet? You can't duress, double duress to remove the heavy armor, so you can't destroy the bomber. He chooses to just go face, but he's down at least 2 Jets. He's down Comet being removed. He's down Bismarck, so his burst damage is getting substantially low. And that's assuming that, and yet it moves 1 doesn't just win the game with some combination of Wellington's, Halifax's, B24Ds, or 2, guard up again, heal up with Glamour Boys. So Bubbles is really just trying his best, but it looks like we are going to be headed to a game 3 pretty shortly here.
So let me ask you a question. So these 142nd Infantry regiments, they're a fantastic anti-aggro card. But as we can see in this situation, if they were something a little bit heavier, maybe Bubbles would have a better chance of turning it around. Clearly Bubbles was preparing for an for some sort of aggressive deck, but it seems like a lot of the field brought stuff like ramp, stuff like jet, stuff like push. So given that you were one of the people that helped prepare with him, what deck were you guys thinking about for this 142nd?
So the 142nd actually serves a very interesting double the purpose in this deck, and I'm a huge fan of it in Jet as an even card. Now, you might think that just it has the HQ part, so everyone sort of immediately looks to that part, because if you're running it in a deck like US Ramp, that's what you're running it for, a little bit of extra healing. And sometimes in the matchups like Jaguar, that little extra healing could be the difference between winning and losing a game. But really, it's just in there to be another 2-cost, 2/3 Blitz infantry to get into the front line early, especially if you hit a War Machine, you can just start dumping your hand into the front line. It's another enabler for 35T on turn 3, which you don't have a lot of otherwise with just 20 seconds and the 64th Panzer Grenadiers. But here we are going into game 3, and it's going to be the Soviet Britain deck, which doesn't have the ramp, so it's not going to be able to dump as powerful units as quickly, which gives Bubbles the time to set up. And also, it's going to give especially Bubbles the ability to just get into the front line, which I think is something he really struggled to do against the ramp deck, just because there was ASW patrols coming out. The bomber behind the Glamour Boys started to just farm these units. But I think he has a much better chance against the Soviet Britain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I concur. It's going to be interesting to see if Bubbles goes for something like War Machine from the deep, or if he goes for something like Fifth Rangers. I think that this early in the game, there's better stuff to from the deep on, but obviously War Machine is stronger the earlier that you play it, so
Yeah.
something to consider. But you do want to get in for damage as early as you can.
This is also just, and in this matchup, Bubbles is going to be making a series of roll checks against And Yet It Moves, and that was the first one where if And Yet It Moves doesn't have hammer in that situation, and I don't think he runs a full stack of them, that 5th Rangers was just going to start beating him down, doing
Yep.
a ton of damage very quickly, operating for free every single turn. Oh,
That's a
deep
huge
Corson,
catch.
that's massive. And this is just going to lead straight into Bubbles playing Jet, going face for 5, getting
Yeah, I
into the
mean,
damage.
this is the second removal check, and as of right now, And Yet It Moves doesn't have anything, so that jet is tentatively going to be putting in 5 damage a turn. The soonest that And Yet It Moves is going to be able to do something is next turn by playing Yak and trading.
He can play
But
special reinforcements to get Corson back in his hand, but he won't have the credits to actually play it. So instead he goes for the Yak, pushes up, this will likely mean that special reinforcements will not give back Corson, as this 845th is going to die. This Yak might be traded out as well. Presumably not. Presumably Bubbles will just go to the HQ. And he even has the credits to do it with the 35T, hitting face for an additional 5, dropping, and yet it moves down to 8 health.
Yeah, so Bubbles had the option to make a value trade there, but given that you are playing against Soviets, I'm not sure that it's worth it to save your jet. But and yet it moves actually drawing the 52k now in combination with Yak and Winter Warfare. You can actually be in a pretty good state. However, the sequencing on this could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, that was his only 52k in the deck. He finds his engineers as well, which is his main source of continual healing. And the Yak dying draws him the Armored Train, arguably the best guard in his deck. So although and yet it moves is really low on health, he's running out of cards. Things are starting to look potentially up for him. There's going to be a big duress check here. If Bubbles can find duress off the top of his deck, he just wins the game. Of course, Leopold is going to come out here, and there is no longer anything and yet it moves can do. He could draw Monsoon Rub, but he doesn't have an enabler for it. Depths
well,
of
this
Winter,
is
but then
game
he's
right
just
there
dead.
because of the additional credits.
Oh, that's
off
true.
Of...
The credits from the
Yes.
64th Panzer Grenadiers. I completely missed that. And Bubbles just steamrolling over this Soviet deck and moving on to the finals, breaking the last bracket prediction. But then making a finals of Innocent Bubbles versus Spoker.
Versus Berto. Right?
No.
Oh, Spoker?
Yeah,
oh,
we
okay.
did not get the Battle of the Casters.
I my bad. I wasn't paying enough attention earlier. So we're gonna see Spoker versus Innocent Bubbles.
And
very interesting.
What's really fascinating about this is Spoker and Innocent Bubbles are both players who have tournament experience. They've played in several OCCs each, but neither of them have ever won an OCC. They are the only two players going into this tournament, I believe, who have tournament experience but no tournament wins. And now one of them is going to be getting their first OCC win.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Both of them have been putting in the work. Bubbles like converting from a casting role into a re-picking up the competitive banner after a long time. But yeah, very, very excited to see who is going to come out on top, and we'll find out very, very shortly. But first, we're going to take a look at the bracket, and then we're going to kick it back to Thanatron and Cornguy.
So here you can see how both Spoker and Innocent Bubbles made their way to the finals. You had Spoker taking out Noen in a Game 3 that happened off stream, but I imagine was a pretty intense match. Then going to a Game 3 against Berto Burrito, he did not have an easy way to the finals. Innocent Bubbles neither had an easy way, taking out Nanami 2-1 off stream, and then taking out And Yet It Moves 2-1 as well. And as I believe he had to make a comeback against Nanami. Against And Yet It Moves, he was pushed to the brink, however, was able to clutch it out in Game 3. So both of these players, Game 3, all their sets, they were all able to clinch it out, but now they have to go against each other and only one of them can win.
Yeah, super excited to see how this turns out. I've been very much enjoying seeing my fellow casters get to play, win or lose. It's, I don't know, I just haven't gotten a chance to see them because usually they're casting. So very cool to watch them on the player side of things. Anyways, we are going back to Thanatron and Cornguy with your grand finals.
We've got such a great match for this finals. I am so stoked. How about you?
I am spoked, as they say on the playground these days. I like to say thank you, Jking and Starry, for that great cast. And yeah, Bubbles versus Spoker. Who could have thought? No one could have thought, because no one, in fact, predicted this.
That's true. No one, in fact, predicted this. So really awesome match here. It's going to be super tenuous as both these guys try to bring home their first championship each, right? So there is going to be a lot of nerves as both guys play in a finals for their first title and obviously the best start to 2024 that someone could hope for.
True. There's a lot on the line for these two people to, the first OCC. I would like to point out that Bubbles did come in representing Team Eastern Front. However, it was relayed to me that he was promised a one series contract with Team Heavy for if he made it to the finals, and he did. So looks like Team Heavy has some representation in the finals.
That's true. That was prattled about beforehand. But big ups to Bubbles. Really excited to see him, and big ups to Spoker coming through. Like I believe Jking alluded to, a incredibly tough bracket run. Going through no and 5 and high entropy body, I believe. I can't remember. Unfortunately, I don't have the bracket in front of me, but both players going through an extremely tough run. Yep, there it is. Going through of course, Berto, and then no and 5 innocent bubbles. With a great set against Nami. Jking alluded to it earlier. He did go down 0-1 in that set, so he did have to reverse sweep it out. So Bubbles has been no stranger to having to come back, and Berto as well has or I'm sorry, Spoker in his match against Berto was in some very precarious situations as well, and definitely totally held his mettle and his mental together for some really impressive play. So could not be more excited for the final.
Go ahead and walk us through Bubbles lists, Thanatron.
So as we just saw Bubbles on stream a second ago, we have his ramp deck here using the big bombers of Brit for some final game payoff, and ramping up to those big bombers using the Glamour Boys to maybe secure their way there. Very interesting Jet deck, the return of Jet, the only person bringing it, and then a Brit ramp, very similar with the US ally, making use of those big ASW patrols.
And Spoker bringing this a Brit Poland list we'll finally get to see because there are no bans in the finals. It was a straight 3 versus 3 lineup. We'll get to see how this Brit Poland anti-aggro list performs. However, his opponent is not bringing aggro per se in the traditional form. So how can this handle ramp and jet? I guess we'll find out. We do have this German Japan deck that we just saw. Interesting to see if how the fighters and bodies can protect against the ramp. Can it go under? Can it go under ramp, or will ramp stabilize against it? We'll see. And then just this frontline list, which may be his best and most consistent list into Bubbles lineup. If it can go under the ramp lists and the jet deck. Definitely looking at these lists, I had to give the edge to Bubbles. But Spoker, has shown that he can make himself a thorn in someone's side and capitalize on anyone's mistakes.
The Polish deck into double ramp definitely looms large as what is going to be a tough matchup. The lack of a ban phase here in the finals definitely is a big deal. You will need to get a win with both of your, or I'm sorry, all three, obviously, of your decks. I do not believe we have seen the Brit Polish deck win today. We've seen Bubbles win on both his ramp decks, and obviously can win and his jet deck, I believe. And we've seen US Frontline win today and have seen US Frontline win historically for a long time. So I think if we had to key in on something on this match, it is for sure going to be the Brit Pole deck, sort of how it's executed, where it comes out. As you said, there's no traditional aggro and bubbles lineup for it to target. So when he chooses to play that deck is going to be huge. How he chooses to play it is going to be huge. So let's see how that comes into effect.
Yeah, a bubble is looking pretty strong. Like we said, definitely, bringing the jet back is something that I have mixed emotions about because I did not enjoy facing the scourge of the jet on ladder. But if he can popularize this list through his play on stream, it could return to prominence on the ladder and show that it's still very strong.
And that's something that you would rue. You're not down with this.
I would rue it from it would definitely rustle my jimmies, as they say.
Would Russell his Jimmy's. He's seen so much Jet that he would like to never see Jet again if possible.
Yeah, Jets go Burr, and Jet got Bubbles into the top two pre-qualified players, and if he can then turn around and say, "It's still good. Give me an OCC win with it, please," that would definitely prove Bubbles to be the kind of Stuart Little-esque, learning to fly planes and fly them well, giving him a big advantage
That's
in these
true.
matchups.
He would truly become the Jet player. He would become the Jet aficionado in the Cards universe, winning a tournament with it after the nerf. Just kind of staring at that and being like, not enough of a nerf. I don't see why I would change anything. We have a slight difficulty with our players. We will be, I'm sure, with them in just a moment here. What
Yeah,
do you think about the other changes in the most recent balance patch? Completely ignoring Jet. I feel like we've talked about that one enough.
I do like the Winter Regiment change. I do like the change to the B24D and J. Uh, and one thing I like to say, I do love not seeing any swag in this tournament, especially turn one swags. Really is pretty suffocating to play against. So I think it's a good balance uh, change. Probably my favorite one. I do like the Winter Regiment change. How about yourself?
Yeah, I like a lot of the changes, and I think that most of them are for the best. And a lot of the turn one war production shenanigans have been taken down. But we are going to cut to a quick break, and we will be hopefully right back with our finals. All right, we are back. We thank you for staying with us through a brief delay, but our players are ready looking at their mulligans, and we are going straight into Bubbles' British deck versus uh, Spoker's US deck. Where would you put the edge early here, Corn?
Having played against Bubbles being a punching bag for him, I think this Brit ramp can 100% stabilize versus an aggressive US front list. Spoker does look to have a good starting hand. However, Bubbles does have some early ramp into a board clear. So I'd say this is about as even as it's going to be in this entire series.
Yeah, really good point by you that both players really drew into what they like to see. Two 1-cost infantries and a 35T for Spoker, and Bubbles, of course, getting a turn 1 Pioneer, which would be great if it would not have gotten duressed immediately.
Now it's a big old 0-4 on the support line, and Bubbles just ramps away and says,
Yeah, I got to make some money to use that op cost.
"True."
Ramp to ramp, though, lining up for Bubbles, which, as we said, is what he would want to see.
That duress is going to be huge because it prevents a turn 7 or a 7 credit board wipe.
Yeah, Bubbles will have to climb all the way to 9.
If he can find some glamour boys, though, that's going to be pretty glamorous for him.
I would assume that we're going to see the Sherman here from Spoker with 3 damage to face, starting to really build up that chip, putting Bubbles almost at half and drawing. But no, goes with the pressure. Says that we need the true pressure here. We need to knock this down. We need to take advantage of this while we've got it. Knows with the duressed Pioneer as well that he can sort of play like this until turn 9 because of there's no more cost reduction on that initial board clear.
Bubbles screaming for a turn 9 when he can wipe the board. But he'll be lucky to get there if Spoker can't, duress Blitzkrieg his way through this large and in charge 5-9 guard.
Very interesting. We mentioned about how painful the duress was to the Pioneers when it came out, just instantly losing its card text. It obviously maintains that 4-op cost, which is a bad thing until you have a B-24D. And now your Blitz Bomber is definitely running ahead of schedule. So this is looking better for Bubbles. He has his board clear in hand. He's got a big old guard. He's got a big old bomber. He's value trading. This could. How close do you think to stabilization is this, would you say?
60% stabilization. We're still seeing some flames out of the left wing. With this duress, not the best for Bubbles.
Losing the guard sucks. Big body, though. Big body, low op cost.
Keep in mind, he did choose to trade the bomber into the Sherman over the 5th Rangers in the front line, where he could be saving 4 damage with not enough credits for Spoker to operate the Sherman from the back line. Is an interesting decision.
Spoker really taking his time here. Thinking about a buff. With his last 2 credits. Nope. It's just going to attack. Puts Bubbles all the way down at 5. And he will have to board clear. No choice.
Yeah, Spoker does have 5 from. He has lethal. So that decision by Bubbles to not kill the 5th Rangers instead is going to bite him. Fast victory for Spoker definitely is what he needs, but the rest of the matches don't seem like they will have the same speed carried through them, just looking at the decks being a little slower.
Right. The question was, can Spoker get a frontline roll that goes under the ramp? And there's your answer. Turn 7. He was able to turn 7 without Blitzkrieg as well. So definitely able to go under the ramp there and sort of push out to that early lead. Bubbles is going to stick with the Brit ramp, and Spoker is going to move on to his Burst of Fire deck.
Spoker keeping Southern plan versus ramp going first. He will be able to get that off on turn 4, but Bubbles will already be well past the 3 credits that normally would have dropped him down to. However, Berg's Pioneer could get some money for Spoker going. Little interest in the credit bank. Go a long way.
2 supply shortages now for Bubbles as well. So maybe pays that a thought. Takes away the initial dollar and starts the timer on that Noxia, but just ramps. He's going to gain 2 credits and maybe lose 1 here. Yeah, Southern plan on turn 3 for Spoker is definitely powerful. A little less powerful against the ramp player.
Calmly playing Mosquito, Bubbles says, I hope you don't have another Southern plan. And Spoker says, well, I do. And your ramp is pretty cute.
Yeah, Mosquito is not quite as cute as Kitty Hawks, but here to do the job.
Yeah, these Schützens have been raining terror all over the battlefield today, but with a backline focused deck, they may not be as potent.
Bubbles goes face, content to let that cavalry unit
Oh,
sort of just do whatever it wants to do.
Spoker finding all of his credit denial back to back to back, just able to hold Bubbles down. Chooses not to use it though. Maybe trade the honey out. We'll see.
Probably doesn't want to hipper the Mosquito and give him the 3 damage from hand to any unit back, but then also maybe thinking that the honey is too cheap of a unit to truly be worth hippering as well. 101 on the cavalry is going to let it trade with that honey pretty efficiently. So you get some use out of that.
Yeah, but with the
Now still considering the hipper with the Noxia dollars. Yep.
yeah, this is a pretty gross start for Spoker. The tempo is just out of control with the Southern plans, the draw denial.
He has ramped over ramp. I have to imagine. Oh, Bubbles getting his board clear is a huge deal. And Sexton is really going to allow him to basically get to turn 9 much easier. It's going to let him stall into that turn 9 board clear and maybe even pick up some damage on the way.
Spoker
Dangerous
has to
here
be
for Spoker. Yep.
careful. I mean, that board wipe is looming. How much does he want to commit to the board? He doesn't have, Instant Bubbles is on 20 health. It's not like he's pressing for lethal. He's just going very wide. He knows he has 2-turn timer on a board wipe.
Autocannon and the Ag Bomber. Ooh, a very nice Gren Guard. Makes him pause on that on the supply shortage. He has two, so he was ready to burn one because he knows he still has his board clear next turn, or can just Monsoon Rot without the supply shortage. But the Gren Guard is going to change his plans. He's going to put down his big guard and take out the Artie and say, I've got even more stabilization. I can wait on my turn 9 board clear.
Yeah.
Booker's starting to draw a little dead.
Yeah, this board clear doesn't look as threatening with, having traded some units off already. Interesting to see how wide he goes. Does he Heinkel into the Mosquito? Does he go trade his Schützen and his fighter into the guard to just limit the impact of a board clear?
Maybe he even Heinkels and uses MEBF for the double draw. It's not ground units only, right? Is it every unit?
Every
MEBF?
unit.
Yeah.
Every
So
unit.
could even think about double drawing off of the Heinkel with a natural draw and the instead uses MEBF on the Yag Bomber to take out the guard. And very nice and efficient by Spoker. He is going to get board cleared here, but he was able to make use of a lot of his board beforehand.
Yeah, Spoker saying that he's definitely taking budgeting classes and is familiar with getting the every ounce out of all of the credits, calculating from his
Huge,
engineers.
huge spoils here.
Yeah.
Obviously looking for a plane.
Comet would be big, but Spoker.
Comet would be huge.
Ooh, take lib to even the hand sizes out once again.
Bubbles probably likes that at least a little bit. That Commonwealth probably wasn't going to be helpful for him anytime soon. So there's some utility there. Probably would have liked to have his Sexton remain in hand, but
And he might feel safe with that Glamour Boys out, but little does he know, it can be instantly removed. And Spoker has the hand to punish it. That take lib result is going to be huge. Innocent Bubbles looking for draw, looking for outs, is about to feel the wrath of the German-Japan war machine bearing down on him.
this will definitely help. Oh my goodness, a little bit. It's gonna draw 2 here.
Ooh.
Which is gonna take the welly down even more. Continue to do so. Taking the welly down even more. You can get a little bit of honey draw here now as well. Oof. The guard is big, and taking out a unit here is big. But he's my
Ooh.
gosh, another TK early. It's
Sp-
good and bad for Spoker, you're right. Like there's tempo on that card. It's quick, it's more damage, but it's also something where if Bubbles draws into another supply shortage or that guard is going to come down. Those TK earlies are not hard for Bubbles to deal with. It's just, will he have enough time?
This next draw is going to be crucial for Bubbles. What will he find? Or, will he be left out to dry by his goth girlfriend? Again, the name of this deck, leaving him.
Super, super tenuous. Bubbles also does not want to go down 0-2.
Spoker here decides to trade the bomber, sacrifices 3 points of damage to the HQ, but
Does
kills the
not
bomber.
go honey. Double Glamour
Ooh.
Boys now with a value trade.
Bubbles is just
Those TK earlies no longer can buff themselves, so I have to imagine this is a 35 T shot. Yeah, I definitely think that's the correct maneuver. Bubbles holding 2 blitz bombers as
Oh,
well. Fat health, doesn't care about Geberg dollars. This is
Bubble's
turned around.
support line is looking like the cover of a GQ magazine, just so glamorous
And muscular.
and guarded, and a little bit of honey.
Everything you want in a calendar.
Exactly.
Or a magazine cover. Same thing. Thinking about that Gebergs, I mean, it's really damned if you do or don't. Just
Oh,
surrenders, says we're done here. Let's move this along. Big win for Bubbles to tie it at 1-1. Huge. And the Brit ramp deck finding its rhythm, finding its win.
getting a dub. Yeah, look pretty good. I'd imagine Bubbles is going to say, "I like ramp, and let's play US ramp now." What do you think?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Bubbles kind of holds as his ace in the hole last deck. Yeah, no, you were right. He is feeling the ramp vibes, goes right into it. Gonna save the jet for his hopeful game-winning play. And we're gonna see a pretty similar match to our last match.
Someone's
Which
got
deck do
to.
you think Sorry, which deck do you think is a better ramp list? The US or Brit based?
Um, they're both pretty similar, especially with Brit not having access to Monty or Shelling these days. Uh, I do really like the Victory March, which Bubbles is not including. I would still give a slight nod to the Brit main, but the US one is still very viable in a meta where it is harder to go under it.
Something to contend with as well. Obviously, he could have the access to this in both versions, but in the US version is where he chooses to rely on supply priorities instead of supply shortage, which is, access to that turn 8 board clear I'm sorry, turn 7 board clear rather than turn 9, uh, even without the Pioneer. So
Spoker having absolutely filthy starting hands with this, able to go Gebergs into a turn 3 Southern plan, into a turn 4 Southern plan, just absolutely hampering ramp if it can't find any war machines. Oh, and it doesn't. It's gonna get punished.
it's gonna be a little bit to those war bonds, unfortunately. It's a little bit to those glamour boys. When here
Absolutely
comes
filthy starting hand from Spoker, just throwing all manners out the window, saying, "I'd like to take you south with this plan, southern plan."
really nice draw though. The second supply priorities allows him to clear the 2 1 health units that were giving him both draw and money. So big economy play there. And does not have to worry about not drawing into another one for when he gets one of his monsoon rots.
This is just
But
a
that's about the only thing. Yeah, that's the only thing
absolutely
going good for him.
gross. Do you not see? He has Dragon Slayer. He has Burst of Fire. It- oh gosh, this is Bubbles has 3 credits to his name. I mean, you can't even
Yeah,
get.
yeah, she's functioning. The deck is functioning. This is gonna be is this
Oh,
is this lethal?
it's
This is just
filthy.
lethal.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can count. My
Bubbles
goodness.
dying on 4 credits on a ramp deck. This is
On
Fubar
maybe
indeed.
maybe turn 6. Reminiscent of Berto's incredible turn 8, I believe, push OTK earlier in the tournament. We've seen some games where the deck design has just lined up just this is built to do this, and this is built good. It objective complete.
Yeah, very impressive start from Spoker. Hopefully, from his perspective, he can clinch a win out with this Brit Poland list, which is kind of a mystery for us so far. I mean, we know how Brit Poland plays, but not necessarily with these cards in this meta. Looking kind of slow for Spoker in this mulligan, and Bubble's looking fine with a War Machine into Quartermasters.
A full mull from Spoker, and he finds Pioneer, which is really nice. Turn 3 Sincerely Yours will be fantastic for him.
Bubble's just taking a moment to realize how much he loves turn to War Machine and not getting Southern planned into the dirt.
Yeah, just breathing it in.
Nice find. Quartermasters into 4-time draw. 2 from the War Bonds.
Scary here, though. Spoker start as well. Sincerely Yours is going to heal for 8 and draw 2.
Yeah, but Bubbles has been down a lot of health to someone over 30 before. It's not territories I'm not unfamiliar with in this tournament.
Not familiar. He's familiar in life as well. I believe his golf girlfriend that left him was also over 30.
True.
And as you said, he is taking that juicy quartermaster play. Draw 4 plus 2 credits. Both players have a lot going for them. Both players are getting some of their tech to work for them early. Always got them extra dollars though.
True. Nice to see Ramp actually being able to ramp. Stiff upper lip is almost always going to find the extra drop in a Legions matchup.
Yeah, some really, really nice synergy for both players. Bubbles, yep, just choosing to take a big boy into the front line. But that honey looks very secure, and unless Bubbles wants to like night bomb it, which I don't think he wants to do, he's either going to need to like find his strat bomb or find a way to chew through these guards, or
Ooh. Spoker pulls night bombing from Bubbles' hand.
maybe the best one he could have pulled. Gets it discounted from Pioneer, can play it under 5. Yeah, Bubbles throws down a Yankee Doodle Doo. He's got
Yeah,
another Rangers. Go right back. Chooses to
and
get his bomber out. Oh, and a Pioneer hit. Great. Great for Bubbles.
it is nice that Spoker immediately reveals which card was stolen, so that is no longer hanging over Bubbles.
Spoker does run a Commonwealth in this Brit poll. So over 30 health already. That is also definitely a consideration. We are 6 turns away. Pioneer is dead. So we are definitely it's gonna be a while, but
You know,
Spoker's gonna have a lot of ways to defend himself up until that time as well.
you'd have to consider what his thought process is to deal with this flying fortress. It's a pretty big body for Spoker to deal with.
And that's all 3 Rangers for Bubbles pretty early.
True.
That's nice. That is a nice to have, as they say. $35 health on Spoker, holding 2 Glamour Boys, only going straight up. That Devil's Brigade single ping damage.
Is able to clear the bomber with the supply shortage.
Yeah. I was thinking with the Wellington, but of course, as you mentioned, supply shortage already in there, so just need the Wellington.
And these these orb 1K intel cards have definitely hit 2 good targets to increase the cost of in the hand of Bubbles, forcing him to pay 7 for that night when Spoker only had to pay
Oh
4
my goodness, the night bombing moves the welly up.
Ooh.
Bubbles does not go too fast with his movements. He had a very obvious kill on that honey, but instead the night bombing, which jumbles up your units, he got a great roll. It pushed it into the front line, and Bubbles able to knock that out with that attack from the Glamour Boys. That's great stuff for him.
Those
Really
Glamour
changes
boys,
this around.
yeah, I'd have to agree. Like those Glamour boys saying, come here, bomber," and pulling them to the front line to be able to effortlessly deal with them.
That evasive action could catch one of those 5th Rangers pretty hard, so it'll be interesting to see if Bubbles at all tests or plays around that, but he gets a very nice board clear.
Bubbles a big fan of the Hellcats that he's running, able to use for removal. Certainly paid off this game.
Never finding his Polish guard Spoker, which would have been quite useful, especially with these 5th Rangers coming and with that Hellcat would have murdered any Hellcat plays. Would have been terrible. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just the +1/+1. I'm thinking of the one that pins units coming into the front line. Still, obviously, Bubbles being aided by the fact that Spoker has not been able to find that sort of anti-frontline tech.
Something to keep in mind, Spoker does have
There it is.
1 uprising to dabble with.
Which I believe right now is 3 or just 2. Did he get one off of
3, however, 3 right now.
he got one off the Tar now and 2 off of Plan West, I believe.
No, he's actually, yeah, it would be 4. 2, he did Plan West, and then there was a Legions that was killed with the Tarnow. Commonwealth in hand.
Bubbles will live through it, but it's going to be rough. Spoker has been really drawing his deck, though, and isn't packing maybe as many threats. So if he can't find a way to easily do that 2 damage, it could get pretty interesting. However, I believe he has quite a few bombers.
This is just a calm match that both players.
Actually, it's really just the Wellington. That is really. I mean, there's obviously the KARDS in his Polish cards, but those aren't necessarily bombers to truly be worried about. So anything over 20 health is going to be super valuable for Bubbles.
Both of the pings of the Devil's Brigades are also gone.
And actually kind of nice for Bubbles to lose the Rangers to the evasive action. Losing the health from a Glamour Boys might have been a little worse. However, an 8-8 Rangers is certainly much nicer than a 4-4 Rangers.
Rangers 4 for 4 meal. 4 credits for 4 attack.
But does its job. Spoker has to go through it, so Bubbles won't have to pay for another attack from it. But the Commonwealth is looking impossible that we don't see it.
It's coming and it's coming fast. It really depends on what Bubbles can do these next 2 turns, anticipating it.
All this one damage to all, but no Monsoon Rots. Bubbles having 4 ways to do the damage of a board clear, but no way to set the health down. Chooses not to ramp.
He's
Maybe
faking doubting.
Underground State
Under-
on the 8-8 is certainly a nice play. Not going to get a Legions to your support line for it with your full support line currently.
But it will almost guarantee Commonwealth.
That's true. I think Commonwealth is probably already guaranteed, but I also really don't know how you deal with this 8-8 otherwise. Bubbles,
is-
despite playing US, has been bluffing Ultra this whole time in Spoker. Happy to think about it. Just kidding.
This is the only underground state played, so no more underground states for Spoker.
Oof. And this is it. This is Spoker's play. I'm Commonwealthing you, and then the turn after that, I have so many threats to do the remaining bit of damage. Bubbles pops all 4-1 damage to alls to clear the board. He knows he has no choice. It's his only way to live. Probably expecting to get Commonwealth here. Spoker can actually use the draw 4 on the Commonwealth. Useful to him right now, so I'm not sure why he wouldn't rip it immediately. And that's
Spoker
just what
also
we
has
see.
intel on Bubbles' hand, seeing that it's pretty lackluster.
Yeah, the milk trucks have not been super useful. Bubbles not really holding much, just a little bit of health from a Glamour Boy and some not great bodies. The ramp no longer very useful.
Spoker's 5 HP away from a 3-1 victory. 7 HP away from a 3-1 victory. But I don't know if he'll be able to find it. He doesn't have another Commonwealth to deal 20 from hand. He's
Yeah,
checking
if Bubbles can draw into some units and keep a solid front line, it's going to be annoying for Spoker to find this last little bit. I'm not sure what the card counts are at.
Yeah, Spoker's gonna need to save that uprising to deal with some bombers that Bubbles is desperately trying to draw into. And that Ultra is likely just gonna catch a War Machine.
Probably why Bubbles saved it, in fact. 50 health. Yep, War Machine's first, which is brilliant. He's going to get his draw here. And it is good draw.
Spoker's evasive action is already gone, so he doesn't have to worry about it for the Flying Fortress.
And he knows that units are what is left of this match. fully understanding that Spoker is going to struggle to do this last 7, and that if he can keep up the wave of dudes and keep making trades, that he can fully come back. It is perhaps in the cards that Sexton could be very big if it comes down post Flying Fortress.
True. However, it looks right like Bubbles is set up to just start whittling down that 50 health.
Bubbles holding bombs.
Bubbles is holding bombs indeed. Sexton comes out, no time to wait for it.
Booker does have, as we mentioned a couple times, I believe still 4 damage uprising, but without that 5th damage on it, it's not going to kill Flying Fortress. So he would love to find some more legions. Surprised that he's not maybe going for more Plan Wests to try to get that uprising's damage total a little higher.
He continues to sit on a war machine even after Ultra is gone. Maybe he's just trying to save it as a card to be eaten up by Intel, so that his more important cards are left unrevealed.
57 health now. Prod order. Prod order definitely good here for Bubbles.
57
Prod
health,
order and flying for it.
57 health, but if I had to set the line, I would give Innocent Bubbles probably the edge still, even though it's 7 to 57, just because I know the deck lists.
The thing for Bubbles now is that he can't sink more than 1 bomber into the uprising. The uprising now at I believe 6 damage. And that I think could be the last swing play here. Bubbles needs to sort of play around that and not lose too much board presence. Otherwise, he is not going to be able to probably pull this out in the length of time that he has.
Yeah, interesting to note, Spoker's deck looks very thin, so he might start taking fatigue damage here to try to even up the HP totals.
Only 2 left for Spoker. We are definitely. Oh no,
There is a
Spoker.
possibility of Agency Africa into the B-20, the Blitz
11?
bomber for lethal.
How many Oh no, he put out 2. He added 4 at least. I still am not quite sure how that's at 11. I have not been counting all of the Legion deaths.
Do you see
But
that? Though Spoker can Agency Africa to steal the production order to take the B-24D. He could have,
could have.
but that play, that could have been a dramatic turn of events, is no longer available to him.
And that's perhaps why Bubbles kept the ramp in his hand as fodder. Perhaps understanding the Agency Africa play, which is super brained on the part of Bubbles. And this is over. Spoker has a Karas and a couple of Legions. They're not going to do it for him.
Last card is a single copy of Carpet Bomb. Alternative artwork, not going to help him here.
I think, yeah, we're going to a Game 5 final.
Spoker is definitely shooting that flare gun into the air, saying, help. And I'm surprised to see that he's surrendered so aggressively before, but he's not surrendering in this situation. Seeing it truly to the very end.
It's a Hellcat for his trouble. And those draw cards are obviously only going to damage him. Bubbles knows that this is as simple as killing some units. And we are good. Have to imagine we see the Spoker surrender here.
So, Jet versus Polish Legions. The matchup that we needed.
It's going to be very interesting. Bubbles is going to have to hope for, I think, some high tempo plays to be able to win this, or perhaps a big Leopold swing. Spoker's ability to guard spam could prove rough for the Jet deck. Not sure what Spoker's thinking about. All right. Nice. So here we go. It's coming down to the very last game between these two competitors, both trying to pull home their first ever tourney win. Both have to be, stoked. Someone's going to come out of this tragically losing and is not going to feel great. But what a tournament by both of these guys, coming all the way to being one game away. Hopefully, whoever does not win can take solace in having an incredible tournament.
Drew, will we see this Jet deck defeat Legions, or I'd have to give. I really don't know what to think.
I think
What
I
do
would give the edge to Spoker's Brit Pole in terms of just deck matchup, but we've seen some real zany stuff happen.
Drew,
And
it's
that
gonna be interesting to see if Bubbles can get some early war machines. That would probably be a big advantage.
that turn 7 or turn 8 burst of fire win, so huge for the context of the set.
Absolutely. Very filthy. Imagine if Spoker had brought Brit France to this finals.
The filthiest.
Looks like a good hand for Bubbles.
Yeah, definitely gonna keep his war machine. Keeps it all, actually.
Full keep.
I'm a little surprised at the Schützen keep, but sure
Spoker.
he has played this deck pretty extensively. Definitely the only one with it. And yeah, as you said, I'm sorry, Spoker. Ooh, possibly full null.
Little thinking going on by Spoker. I'd probably keep the 3K guard personally. Tools Commonwealth, and that's something that we were not
Oof.
we didn't highlight as much. Spoker does have the ability to Commonwealth win, and that's got to be a huge win condition because Bubbles is not running any heal. He's trying to go all in, and Spoker's saying, "Hey, if I can get to 30 health with Commonwealth, I win. Like, you do not have a way to avoid it like you did last time, sitting on 3 health and jeering at me."
And even a turn 3 ranger meets resistance immediately with the two Legion units. But the tempo play doing its job here. It helps Bubbles get that Schützen into the front line. Spoker probably makes the trade himself here into the Rangers because he does not want that Schützen to have such an easy target. But then if he does do that, he might plan West again because it would be not great to just take 4 to face. Maybe he heals for 7 instead. Some interesting maneuvering here. Could also
Yeah,
do 3 damage to the Schützen, making it very, very hard for it to find something to become veteran off of. That might be the best play here for Spoker.
yeah, the veteran denial. Looks like he's flirting with it. Oh.
Okay, it's basically the same thing, but even probably better here. He's going to take 8, and that maybe puts him down from his dreams of Commonwealth here. But he's going to have an extremely nice Devil's Brigade play.
King
I think that
Tiger.
king, I think that King Kitty is a bit too big, Bubbles. Too big for your britches. Yep, takes a nice
It's the
autocannon.
Commonwealth counter he needed.
And interesting here because if he doesn't take if he doesn't take autocannon there already, probably holds up from the deep and maybe catches this Devil's Brigade, so that he doesn't have to deal with it later. Now the Devil's Brigade will still pull off what I assume is going to be the 1 damage to the Schutzen. The 2/4-1s will be cleared out next turn by. No, he's not going with that.
Yeah, because the Devil's Brigade just is eaten by the
And
auto
chooses to
cannon.
take 4 more damage instead. I mean, I agree, but I still thought that, rather than take just 4 to face, and now Bubbles
Ooh.
with tempo, with board, and Spoker at half health, autocannon is going to be really great against these Clan West legions.
Bubbles can find some timely duresses that could really be the draw that he might need, to free up that HQ for direct attacks.
Full defensive play by Spoker. Just some guards, some health. Bubbles with 2 Panzers can actually really look for those duresses or jets or whatever he wants. And
Wow.
if that hits a Wellington, that could be quite the card. I feel like Devil's Brigade is going to come out to do the 1 damage to the 3/1. I feel like that's going to be the unit that he sends out. But if Bubbles is able to catch the Wellington, yep, it's going to just catch Devil's Brigade, which is not bad. Oh, of course, he has another supply shortage, so he's not. It seems like he planned to bust that. Yeah, so not worried about the 3/1. He knows he's going to get that. Either way, oh, huge comet draw for Bubbles. He's able to just put in damage this turn now. Not going to save it. It's a 3-turn clock. Huge duress. Roll one more time. I was going to say I have to imagine Leopold, and it is looking good for Innocent Bubbles' first ever tournament win.
Yeah,
Oh.
Unfortunately, Spoker got the comet, but it's not going to help.
He's that Leo now as well. Sees that he has that to contend with. Oh, and the jet. I mean, we can just duress and jet for the victory. That is lethal. That is Bubbles, who came into this tournament saying, I'm going to get O2'd. I'm going to be out so fast. I have the record for being out of a tournament faster than anyone. Well, now you have a record of winning the January OCC Clash, Innocent Bubbles. Congratulations. What a match and what a comeback.
Absolutely thrilled for Bubbles. Spoker definitely playing well. It just came down to the matchups not being favorable for him in the end. He did the best with what he could, but he started the jet deck just went very fast, and he was never able to play those guards, which buffed the back rank when Bubbles moved slings to the front line because he never had the tempo to be able to play them.
Really, really nice game from the Jet Deck. Really nice showing in the tournament overall from the Jet Deck for Bubbles. So I'm sure he is quite pleased with that. Obviously, even more pleased with his absolute total victory today over the January OCC, winning, as we said, his first ever bracket. And there have been some really great bracket predictions as well. I believe even in the Chinese server, they have posted some really, really great ones that had even Spoker Innocent Bubbles final with Innocent Bubbles winning. So it's gonna be some packs given out based on the results here. A lot of fun. But here is our ending bracket. What surprises you the most when you look at this, Corn?
You know, there was a lot of players who made it to this bracket, made qualified for the OCC quals, using cards that had been changed, and it shows that, even the new players were able to adjust to the balance patch, and not use the same cards that they had used to make it to the quals. So I think it's just some pioneering going on today. People still trying to nail the meta down, and it looks like Bubbles found some good matchups with Ramp and with that Jet deck able to remain on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Jet is not dead. You heard it here, and you heard it from Bubbles. I believe we are actually bringing in Bubbles for a short word here. We are, I believe, preparing that for everybody.
Welcome,
Our-
Bubbles. Congratulations on
Hello.
your win.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Bubbles. Huge victory.
There was some shouting and some ninja moves done around my bedroom to celebrate the victory. A little bit of howling. I think my neighbor and my bird are a little bit concerned. They might need to check on my well-being with all the noise.
Absolutely, well
Jesus.
deserved. How did you feel about that Germany-Japan match where you got Southern planned into the dirt?
I felt sad. I felt like it was probably deserved. I've probably done something wrong somewhere in my life, and that was karma coming back to get me. Maybe it was karma, the 1939 dev. Maybe he'd set it up through.
Certainly something to consider.
But no, yeah, it was. Morale was low, but you just got to keep playing, I guess. I think my opponents all played really, really well. I was quite scared going into every series. Because each of them are the sort of player that will just knock you out and it not be a surprise.
What was your mindset after getting Commonwealth, knowing that you basically had to win that match from 2 health?
I knew I'd won. The moment Commonwealth came out, I knew I'd won. In fact,
Never a doubt.
before Commonwealth, sorry, my bird's getting a little bit loud. Let's wrap this up. Before Commonwealth came out, it's a fatigue matchup. It's always going to go to fatigue. The moment Wellington was played and it didn't hit my HQ, I knew I was going to win.
Yeah,
That was the point where it was like, okay, this game has been decided, and that's not any shade at Spoker. Spoker played that as well as they could have. They kept resources back. They knew it was going to go to fatigue, so they kept resources back. They tried to bait me to use things from hands, and they almost did they almost got away with it when they put down their Plan West into Crass. That could have been the turning point where they'd managed to lull me into a false sense of security and punish me for it. So Spoker played that matchup as well as they possibly could have. They played really, really well. But unfortunately for them, it's a fatigue matchup. I have Glamour Boys in my deck. Without something to reach my HQ, they're just never going to kill me.
Did you ever consider Agency Africa stealing production order when it was in your hands with only a little?
I was like, I need to play this production order as quickly as possible so that it can't be stolen. But also, I don't want to play it so quickly that I lose my resources.
Oh, very well done, Bubbles. I can't imagine how the tournament could have gone better for you. Incredible play the entire day. Really great to see. Casters, big caster tournament.
Yeah, we out here
caster
ruining,
stock way up.
We're ruining people's bracket predictions, I think, is the main thing.
Yeah, some bracket predictions though, pretty spot on.
I had full confidence in Innocent Bubbles despite not running Victory March.
I mean, if I'd ran a Victory March, who knows? It could have been a 3-0 finals. If only I'd ran it.
And
No, you
on
did well.
that note, You did very well. On that note, we are going to wrap up. Thank you all for joining us for the January OCC. Thank you to all of our competitors, especially our champion today, Innocent Bubbles. Congrats to him again. Congrats to his bird, which can finally get fed so it maybe quiets down. Hopefully this money will be spent directly on bird goods. Thank you all for joining us.
3, 2, 1.